Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. I'm your head market analyst here, jumping to the charts on this new month. The month of February has officially begun, and a good start. You have the indices gapping up here. I'm just going to switch my chart to. Sorry about the echo. I'm just going to switch my charts to the one screen just so we can see what we're doing. So S&P gapping up here. Obviously, we all know yesterday was a massive sell-off. This was your FOMC sell-off, consolidation, big pop, and then big sell-off. And now we're basically just trying to retest the next supportive resistance. On the S&P, we made a pre-market high all the way up to 485.83. So right in this resistance, right at these pivots is where we got rejected, and now we're trading down lower. So that is your first level of resistance. You have this bear wedge that we broke down. Price in the pre-market has retested. So gap ups are hard and a little interesting to play because they do allow us to potentially have some fading opportunities, and then on a pullback we could look for some continuation moves to the upside. But gap ups are very tricky to play. They could keep rallying or they could pull back, so it's hard to chase, and it's also hard to fade it when you've had a big session to the downside already. Obviously, we all know it's Apple earnings. You have strength across all mega caps. You have yields down. You have the dollar slightly green to flat. So yields are a positive tailwind for the markets at this point in time. You have oil right now slightly up. That's a headwind. Energy stocks could be catching a bid higher here. They have had some momentum to the upside. Crypto stocks were green, the likes of Mara. Coin is still green in the pre-market, but Mara has now officially turned red on the back of Bitcoin turning red. All mega caps are green in the pre-market. I'm looking at some Tesla longs. I do like Tesla. I'm also looking at XOM calls, rig calls. So pay close attention to those tickers. And then you have DWAC. That's a spec play running. Solar stocks are performing exceptionally well today. You have weakness in JP Morgan. That's a little concerning for the Russell. That might be telling us that, okay, the Russell may have a small pop here and then it may get faded. So I'm just going to take it slow because, again, gap ups are tricky to play. I am looking at some oil stocks on the long side, so keep those on watch. All right, guys, so get ready. We are having the market open here in about 30 seconds or so.
I should have held that energy short too. I'd be up like 40 points right now. But testing bullish golden zone here, 301 on NQ. If they close below that, I'd look for a breaking base under 300.
You have a lot of the short interest stocks squeezing today. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. We'll see if the S&P holds up here, or if this gap up is faded.
But we do have some data, so let's do it. Market's open. Ding, ding, ding. Market 2 is open. Let's see where Mr. Hedgie's at. I know we closed a monthly yesterday, but it's a new month, so let's see how it changes.
No, it's Jordan. It's not correct.
All right, guys. I just went long Tesla. High risk trade, 1/4 position. Long Tesla.
No, it's for every.
Let's see if we can catch some momentum. I got filled at 188.60.
Yes, but the MHP expires.
188.60. Long Tesla. Might be a high risk trade. They may try to push this market down on us. So Tesla is coming in now.
But like intraday, like yesterday, could have influenced average.
Gotcha.
So we're just long Tesla at the moment.
But as a result,
188.60. It's a 1/4 position.
because it's usually so far away.
Well, here it is. We opened in a bear zone. Hedge pressure is 486. Monthly hedge is 40.
And was it 480 yesterday?
482.50.
So go down $2.
Yeah.
So then they're protecting themselves for another $2 after a $5 move down. No, that makes sense.
Microsoft strong today, getting a nice big bounce. Same thing with Google. Across the board, you have strength in everything.
Likely looking for shorts off 486. It must be below through that. Then I'm not.
All right, guys, there goes Tesla. There goes Tesla. It's a nice little move up, guys. Let's start to protect some of the trade a little bit. I still think we can push higher here. Again, we entered here at 188.60. Come on, Tesla, keep squeezing. Microsoft, big push. Mara's flipped back to the positive side.
$99 call. Everybody's locked in.
Also like energy stocks, guys. I'm looking at RIG for a long. RIG, day trade long on RIG. It's pulled back nicely. All right, guys, I just went long RIG at 553. RIG, long RIG at 553. This is a 1/4 position as well. This is on the back of hopefully oil having a little continuation pattern.
Is the consensus that if 10 a.m. construction spending for December and the ISM manufacturing in line with January. IPO for today, average points, 100 million shares priced at $13 a year.
We loaded some more SEO. $68 call.
Come on, Tesla, get your butt up there. Get your butt up there. Still think we can retrace to at least 191.50. Likely target 190.60.
Kava approaching 47.67 from my 29 average.
SPY is still holding up okay. It's coming up into its first level of little resistance here. Oil's still trying to push up a little bit.
Key levels at 48.60.
And this could potentially be a little inverted head and shoulders on Tesla. It's a sloppy one, choppy and sloppy. But you could be carving out a right shoulder here. This would be your head. This would be your little left shoulder. Your neckline would be this area here, guys. We break this little area here, and Tesla's going to fly. Obviously, the importance of understanding Tesla, they're voting on Elon Musk compensation package today, or sorry, not the compensation package. They're voting on the incorporation status today in Tesla. So they're trying to move it from the state of Delaware to the state of Texas. And if they do move it to Texas, with being a red state, being Elon Musk's political views, he will likely get his compensation package reapproved and overturned, or at least somehow renegotiated to benefit him. So I think that maybe we should see some positive price action in Tesla if that occurs. Maybe people are trying to front run it. Hello there, Jumbo. Hello there, Tornado. When we go long SOXS and SPC, I hate this bull market. Not many people say that. NVDA getting rejected here. Carvana looks interesting as well, guys. Come on, Tesla.
It's about to be time to short wigs again, ladies and gentlemen.
And Tesla's coming right back down. Basically, the only level I'll add to on Tesla is down here at the gap. Come on, Tesla. Don't give it up. Again, we also did go long RIG rig at 553 here. We're long rig and we're long Tesla. Two longs in this market. Let's see what the S&P is doing here. Still hasn't tagged the pre-market high. It's approaching it. We'll see if that comes into fruition. Tesla's trying to push back up again. Guys, take a look at this CMND. Beautiful daily chart. This one's been moving up nicely over the last few sessions. Nice little bull flag breakout potentially happening. Volume is picking up on that name, so look for continuation squeeze. Solar stocks are strong today, so I anticipate Tesla actually firming up here, guys. I do think Tesla will firm up here. Just a matter of waiting. Wow, SunPower up 22%. That's a massive rip. DWAC is ripping as well, guys. We traded that perfectly yesterday. Carvana is trying to get going here. Still really hasn't.
What the heck can you buy 419.78?
I grabbed some M-Phase 110 calls.
Dude, they still haven't changed it over.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's been since the beginning of the, actually since the end of December.
All right, so AMD has reversed. Semis are under a little bit of pressure this morning, which kind of makes me a little skeptical about this market trying to really push higher here. It's you're definitely seeing some pressure in the semis coming to the picture here. NVIDIA's reversing, AMD's reversing. Now it's causing some weakness in Tesla. Meta's still strong. Microsoft's still strong, up 2%. Small caps are still ripping.
So I figured Microsoft, MSFT, this week's 4 or 5 calls on it after Microsoft.
Yeah.
M-Phase 15%. Love to see a test of yesterday's high, 111.90.
Come on, Tesla. So big reversals on the semis, guys. Big reversals on the semis. That's probably going to put pressure on the SPY here. Not really liking that. I think our energy stocks are okay, even if semis start to fall. But definitely not Tesla. Tesla will probably get hit if semis keep falling here. So watching them closely. We are watching them closely.
Need to break over this hour.
Prototyping the latest RF SoC for a 2-box version 3.0 release. That's AVT Alpha Victor Tango.
AMD continuing to fall here. Still riding my rig long and Tesla long. Just two positions this morning. Just two positions on the day trade. Good morning, not your Aryan. Amazon strong. Amazon's holding up ridiculously well. NVIDIA's reversing pretty sharply. AMD's actually negative on the session, down by 0.8%. Expect for more weakness to creep into SMCI, AVGO, and the likes.
Look at all these red candles. PayPal just got flat.
Let's see the sector performance today. So you actually have 1, 2, 3, 4 sectors still red. Staples, real estate, utilities, and healthcare all red. XLY, the sector we're in with Tesla, is strongest with materials and communications. So communications, materials, and XLY is the strongest at this point in time. This Tesla long is making me slightly nervous because we are seeing weakness creep into the S&P, but primarily through the likes of NVIDIA. You have Microsoft still holding firm at the highs there. But you have NVIDIA pulling off from the highs. Look at AMD. That one's looking weaker than most stocks. So AMD is a potential short trade, guys. AMD is a potential short, although it is getting a bounce now. Let's watch AMD as well.
Amazon's in a 1-hour squeeze. It has inverse head and shoulders, but it's also a bear flag.
TSLA.
Look at that 4-hour bear flag. Amazon.
All right, so Tesla still just at our entry level, consolidating. This is actually what we want to see to build this right shoulder. This is exactly what we want to see. Rig has actually moved up nicely for us.
Microsoft green by 8. Is that right? Am I reading that?
So we took it at that 553 on rig. Rig is going to move in tandem with oil. If we take a look at what oil's doing, oil's trying to have this V-shaped recovery. You can arguably say you have a nice flat top neckline here. If oil breaks this little pattern here intraday, we're going to squeeze higher here on oil. The dollar's also weak, so oil's probably going to like that a lot. We haven't triggered that neckline, but we could see a big squeeze on oil, guys, back up to 77.50 on the chart. And that would absolutely cause rig to fly, guys. That would cause rig to absolutely fly here. DWAC still up 7, Meta up 2.43. Meta's outperforming. Meta does have earnings. Apple also has earnings. Most stocks are performing exceptionally well. AMD, though, is a lagger in the market. So rig's still looking good, guys. This one is a nice setup if oil can break out here of its little basing range. I do think that's very, very likely. All right, so the S&P is just consolidating here in a range, still looking positive to move higher. Small caps are also lagging at the moment. I do see them potentially going a little bit higher here since you have some stocks squeezing. All right, so let's flip back to this Tesla chart. We are up nicely on the trade. Come on, Tesla, break this range. This looks likely that it wants to break, guys. Come on. Let's see if we can break it. Let's see if we can break it.
Yeah, I like that actually.
So we're looking for a potential of, 1.7%. May not hold it that long. AMD is starting to pick up now. VIX is falling a little bit here. Still just waiting patiently for Tesla to break out.
NVIDIA showing here. Doing my 6:30 calls.
NVIDIA has made a nice bullish reversal, so semis are now firming up. This is probably going to help Tesla. Tesla's trying to break out here. You can see this neckline test is being tested right now. That's kind of your breakout zone now. Once it breaks out, Tesla's going to have a big, big move, guys. Tesla will have a big, big move. Also seeing some activity in the marijuana ETF, MSOS, trying to break out to a new high here. So look for sympathy on CGC. CGC is up nicely, actually trying to reclaim this little wedge pattern. All right, guys. Irish trader, I'm going to go long CGC, 491 long CGC. Boom.
Taking my first scale.
S&P futures are near the highs now, 48.90, or higher now, 48.93.75, up 22.50.
Tesla's getting rejected at that breakout trend line.
4, 3, 2, 1.
7.7 versus 15.3.
40%.
Manufacturing PMI.
Manufacturing data is coming out right now. Dollar's still weak on the session, so it really hasn't affected the dollar. You are starting to see Apple come down. Microsoft's weakening just a tad.
That is talking about inflationary pressure. But yesterday, Powell said that he doesn't care about inflation. So I think Apple, the crap show.
Oil's still holding up. Semis are still strong. Still holding my rig, my Tesla long, and my CGC long. It's all starter positions, guys. All starter positions.
I'm going to need SPY calls here, 488.
All right, SPY just made a little new high of day there. SPY did make a new high of day. Let's throw on the SPY.
155 calls are almost in the
You can see we're at resistance. This is kind of the area that pre-market high tapped at. NVIDIA's ripping, guys.
Wait till Tesla puts right.
Tesla's now coming in, unfortunately.
It's getting slapped off the hourly 200. Slapped on face.
Bro, I'll tell you about that.
Tell me up at 10:30.
I've been catching those on it.
I told you to buy it.
Like, dude, they just every time I trade it, it's like I get the little morning move and it sells off.
All right, guys, I'm about to add to my Canopy Growth CGC 484. I just added to my CGC at 484. SPY is coming down though, so let's just be careful about this. Tesla's coming down as well.
They're at like 155 or 160 something. Where are they at now?
And Tesla's falling. Whoops.
They're at 185.
Still only a 1/4 entry on Tesla. We now have a 2/4 entry on Canopy Growth. Our average is sitting at 487. 487 average. Let's flip back to the SPY.
Pull back on Meta.
Rig, rig is still moving up.
Stick to the man.
I kind of want to get some SPY calls right
The
now.
dollar's still weak at the session at the moment. Microsoft pushing back up.
Got data in both ends, so.
Congrats to US Steel, new low a day. I know what I told you guys about that. I expect that to drop.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a SPY put, 484, just to insulate our long. 484 0 DTE put. 484 0 DTE put. Just to kind of protect our longs out there. Sizing for loss. Still holding my longs. But we could just see a little bit of a downward shift here in the market.
All I thought was a lot of resistance in this stuff at upper 485. So it's kind of wild.
S&P futures pulling back here now, 28.88.
Looks like I'm gonna get stopped. About a minute to get bought up on phase.
Semis are still
Doesn't look like
stronger.
it's gonna happen on this
They've
candle.
pushed back up. Microsoft's still strong. Google's seeing some sellers. Meta's pulled back from the highs just a little bit here.
We'll see.
Thanks, please. 13. They're grabbing 14s and 13s 2 months out.
All right, Tesla's trying to push back up. Still just a 1/4 entry. Still holding a gap up low at the moment. SPY's just pulled back a little bit here. Still long rig, long canopy. We're up about 4 cents on rig, down 3 cents on CGC, and just flat on our Tesla.
Very nicely. See how IWM holds here off 194. So far, so good.
Yeah, NQ still trying to hold that golden zone 301. They wicked off of it a few times this morning, but they need a 10-minute CVC to flip if the bulls are going to maintain this.
Alright guys, Rig, Tesla's all trying to move up here. Rig is actually performing really, really well. Take a look at the CMND. It's now up over 50%. Kind of gave you that when it was already down here. This one looks squeezy. Definitely heavier volume today coming in. And we're already 6 hours left. I could see this getting to gap fill today. That looks like where it wants to go. Super risky, but it does have some momentum behind it today. SPY looks to be just consolidating in a range here. It's very range bound. Still holding our long on TSLA. It's getting a little long in the tooth here. Tesla, I would have thought it would have broken out right by now, but we're still okay. The SPY is above the EMA 113, so I'm still holding long. Mara, good morning, Narish. Good morning, Iran. Let's take a look at Mara.
$46 put.
You like the long on Mara, eh? Yeah, Bitcoin's gone from basically red to, is it green on the session? Yeah, it is. So Bitcoin's made a nice bullish reversal. Gone from red to green. Mara right now is only up 2.65%. Coinbase, let's see what Coinbase is up 2.2. So yeah, Mara is definitely outperforming. Just looks a little toppy here to me though, to be honest. I'm seeing the VIX starting to push back up, guys. The VIX is starting to push.
Half flat, new low of day, or $83 puts are heavily in the money.
You know, the one thing I'm looking at here on Mara is this little trend line. As long as we stay above that, we can push up. And then you actually have a neckline of a head and shoulders forming. So this is your big line in the sand, this upsloping neckline. You know, we probably could move up here on Mara. Arguably say you are holding support here. You know what? Bitcoin's made a nice reversal. Dollar's still making new lows. Let's take a stab. Long Mara here at 1810. Long Mara here at 1810. This is a 1/4 entry. High risk. High risk. We're long here at 1810. This is a call out from Narish. Usually Narish is spot on. So again, we're long coin, or sorry, we're long Mara, we're long Tesla, we're long CGC, and we're long Rig.
I mean, if we get a move in a direction, obviously it would bring it down quicker.
Right.
But I mean,
on my large account, SPX, because those can cash settle, those burn this good. So good day to do those.
yeah, I would say if you.
Dollar's making new lows, guys. The dollar is making new lows.
Yeah, I have 2 day trades left. I don't want to burn it if it's not.
Yeah, it won't go it won't go 14 to 0 or 14 to 2 cents. It'll go 14 to maybe 8 cents, 14 to 9 cents.
1915 target on Mara. Let's mark that. Today, that's a huge move. Wow, that's a huge move, Narish. 1915.
SMCI, new high a day.
I don't know about that. I'm a little skeptical about that, but we'll put that target there, Narish. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that's going to happen today. Not enough volatility in the market for that to happen, in my opinion. But you do have Bitcoin making that red to green reversal, the dollar weakening. So, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities. It's just, is it the most probable scenario? I'll be shocked. But we're long. We're long mirror here. You can see it's starting to come down a little. Let's just check on our Tesla trade. Still watching that on my other screen. Still potentially carving out that right shoulder, guys. This is now a decent amount of right shoulder. People are probably also watching this head and shoulders pattern. Kind of have a neckline here.
Because she'll put her hands under there and you'll see like her little fingers, she'll move them. But she'll lay right there and like start singing songs or screaming her ABCs or counting. Like, she's so cute.
Google 143 call.
All right, guys. So Tesla's seeing some sellers here.
I mean, SE $40 puts. Oh my god, this thing's fucking hot. Look at that, you little fucker.
Alright, I got some SPY puts.
All right, so Tesla's falling here. This is why we took our SPY 0 DTE put option.
Yeah, we
There
do.
are 44 puts, so the SPY options play is definitely insulating my common shares. So it's kind of a little bit of a pairs trade.
You know, IWM did.
IWM's falling sharply here, so more selling is coming into the picture here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about it.
No, it's not.
So the IWM is close to going negative. Regional banks are under pressure, which is why IWM is getting hit. I never like it when regional banks are continue. Look at the sell side. I mean, they had a big down day yesterday, and now they just keep selling. Look at this. Something's wrong with the banking sector, guys, again. And this would explain why volatility has been picked up. So we may have to cut our Tesla trade. We may have to cut our Tesla trade. Still holding that SPY put. The only reason I'm still in this trade with Tesla is because we have that SPY put hedging us. Dollar's still at the lows. QQQ is trying to come down. SPY is trying to come down. Microsoft just consolidating a bull flag pattern. Apple, same thing.
Schwab now seeing an increase of activity, new lows. Sandy Charlie whiskey.
Schwab is under pressure. New lows on Schwab. Charles Schwab. Let's see if we have a trade in the regionals. Might be an oversold bounce coming up into some support here. Probably could get a bounce back to 48. Let's see here. Yeah, you're definitely oversold intraday. This could be a little bit of a bounce trade on regionals. A little risky, though. A little risky. All right, Tesla still trying to negate that little tail. Head and shoulders. Let's see what the SPY is doing. That's still consolidating in a range. Whoa, data coming out, guys. Our SPY put, get ready to close it. Tesla's getting demolished here. It's only a small position on Tesla, so that's okay. But data came out and wrecked the market there, spiking the dollar, guys. It is spiking the dollar. All right, guys, I'm going to cut Tesla. I just, we can re-enter a little bit lower. Actually, I haven't cut it completely yet. I want to see if this dollar really holds its reversal.
Scaling some of my puts here.
By the way,
All right, guys, I'm going to add to Tesla at this gap fill. I am going to add to Tesla at that gap fill. SPY put. This is why we were hedged with the put. We were hedged with the put. All right, so SPY's still coming right back up here, getting gobbled up. So I'm still holding my Tesla, still holding the SPY put just in case.
Next target on puts.
Let's see Tesla. So Tesla's still weak on the session. Didn't add. It's still a 1/4 position, but you have triggered this mini intraday head and shoulders pattern. Not a good sign for Tesla. Not a good sign. Downside target on this pattern really takes us to about this 185 zone. All right, guys, I'm going to cut Tesla here. I just took it for a loss. Apologize about that trade, 187.36. I just cut it for a loss. It was only a 1/4 entry, so very, very small. Very small. Still holding my canopy and rig. Still holding the SPY put.
32% on SE.
So I do apologize about that trade. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That ticker swapped to DC activity, new lows and swap.
SE up 45% here on the $40 puts that are in the money.
So now we're seeing a potential bear flag develop on the S&P. A potential bear flag is developing on the S&P.
That ticker's through my TKH, just see an increase of activity, new highs, Charlie Yankee thing.
Big pump up in SMCI. SMCI, I believe, is trying to make a new all-time high here. It just did, actually.
SPX 48 anchor calls is in low day area.
Yeah, I'm looking at Meta right here. So Meta call off.
Still a long CGC, long rig.
I like the meta.
Yeah.
Might join you. Yeah, I'm gonna join you there.
Next week contracts are a little pricey.
Never mind. No, I'm not. What the fuck are these contracts?
For tomorrow after money is 12 calls.
Earnings.
Yeah, it's
No,
because
I'm
of
not trading now.
tonight.
I just pulled up next week contract. I was like, maybe not.
Since when? I've never seen a meta contract so expensive.
Yeah, it's because of tonight.
Yo, Amazon, ladies and gentlemen, new highs of the day. 50 calls are deep in the money. I'm sure it's
All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a short on Meta. Just trying to see here. Let's take a look at Meta here.
Yo, BC 1534 calls. I'm re-adding it to my position.
All right, guys, I just shorted Meta 398.72. 398.72. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on Meta. Break-even stop loss on Meta. And just shorted Meta at 398.72. This is super, super risky. Canopy growth is moving up. That one's moving up nicely for us. Basically just slightly up on that trade.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, what's up, crypto?
Maple. I mean, I feel like I need enough coffee. I Sorry, I feel like I haven't come into this room with the energy that I should have.
Well, hello there.
That's it. There we go. That's it.
Excuse me.
I didn't need coffee. I needed oil.
Hey, it's because you and I were talking for like 2 hours. I'm tired. Yeah,
Sure thing.
I went on a rant on psychology. As I expected. Oh, my Q calls are still red.
So NVIDIA's made a nice bullish reversal there.
I got these IWM 195s pulled up.
Still holding a SPY put. DIS bullish, Disney. Let's take a look at Disney. Yeah, communication stocks have been ripping, so Disney's probably catching sympathy. You know, big gap up, big sell side pressure. Oil's actually making a big move here. Nice big wick. Take a look at that 10-minute candle. Boom. So let's see what our rig is doing. If oil's making a new high of day, this should firm up. I mean, we're out of the money right now, but it should firm up. And oil making a little move is probably going to put some pressure on the S&P, but we are still seeing the S&P move up as well. So big push up in the S&P.
Watch Oracle 117 calls.
Canopy growth is moving higher here, guys. CGC is pushing. CGC is pushing. This one could actually start to squeeze. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta not really moving with the market at this point in time. I still think there might be some sellers trying to offload ahead of their earnings.
I expect SMCI to break the high of day.
There goes Mara. Yeah, we're still holding long Mara at this 1810. I haven't stopped out.
So I'm going to sell a put credit spread below that and collect premium.
Yeah.
The dollar's getting faded right now. So the dollar is getting faded.
European executives said that less inventory available to what they did a year ago. That's going to be on trouble.
I'll show you how strong. I'll share with you what I'm seeing though.
Excuse me.
Okay, $200 per contract gain on SPX calls and sold in quarter position left. Done.
Yep, big push up in Bitcoin because the dollar is pretty much at the lows. NVIDIA is getting a huge green candle to the upside. NVIDIA is ripping.
Yes, sir.
SPY new high of day. It's tapping pre-market high right now. SPY is tapping pre-market high into some decent resistance. Looks like it wants to push up for this 486.40 area. We are seeing NVIDIA screaming higher, Amazon new high, Microsoft, Apple all pushing. Tesla's still lagging.
Get a new high of day.
Yes, sir. Let's break that previous day high, Mike.
Guys, I like a little bit of a short trade here on SMCI. I'm going to take 550, 556.50. I just got filled, 556.50. Short 1/4 position on SMCI short, 556.50. So we have a Meta short and SMCI short, still holding a SPY put. We have a Mara long and a Canopy growth long and a rig long. So we're managing 5 trades right now. We are managing 5 trades. SPY is above pre-market high. All right, guys, big drop in Meta coming in here. Nice drop in Meta. So first support on Meta is going to be in this little zone here. And your secondary support is going to be down here.
GRI, rebuy more highs now.
Bitcoin's still ripping. SPY is still at the highs of the session. Just finding some near-term sellers at that level. Dixie's still at the lows of the session.
Kind of just stopping at hedge pressure here.
Small caps still look much weaker than the Qs and the S&P. Small caps do look weaker.
SMCI new high a day.
Yeah, I sold SE here for 52% all out. Only in a firm. Watching for. I grabbed from a little early, so wait. I didn't go full position. Thankfully.
Damn, Amazon.
Meta's still consolidating here. Mara rig is going to test the lows of the day. Wow, I'm so shocked about that. That's an interesting. And oil is positive. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm
Is it too much to ask for $27 to pick an SMCI?
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to add to my rig position at these lows here. 544. I just added 544. I did just add to rig. That's our second entry on the long side. 544. I just added to rig.
Sorry, did I know what?
No, there was a status on SMCI, the entire stock market.
I said maybe.
Goddamn sure. Is the only stock that's 50% above its like.
All right, SMCI is coming in nicely here. Again, our average now on rig is sitting at 548. We are out of the money, respectively, but oil's still at the highs, so I feel like this one's just shaking some people out on lighter volume. Mara's coming in. I'm not liking the price action in Mara. Bitcoin's at the highs, but Mara is trading near the lows. High risk trade on Tesla. I'm gonna take some. I'm gonna take a 187.0 DTE put. 187.0 DTE put on Tesla.
The float's so small on it. For SMCI for the cap.
So it's not that far of a move off.
It's still small for SMCI.
That's why I got moved so much.
So we have a put on Tesla. We have a short on SMCI. We have a short on Meta. Rig is falling here some more. Canopy growth still holding a long. Oil's still at the highs.
SMCI's float is 47 million.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Your short interest is 13%.
Yep.
The way to look at that is that, like a swimming pool in your backyard is 47 million feet deep. So that swimming pool is filled with 13% of water.
Fortinet, FTNT.
Just dancing around hedge pressure.
Oracle's going for new highs. Those are the 117s.
Does this have earnings? No, it has earnings in a couple days. Yeah, the chart looks decent. Looks like it maybe wants to go for a gap. I'm just going to actually split the screen here so we can see the S&P and we can see Tesla.
What'd you say, paper? I think you got some drops from the bot already. They like the transparent. Oh, yeah.
So notice the divergence between Tesla and the S&P is falling pretty sharply here.
Alright, I took spot calls.
Very nice. Yeah,
scale on SPX.
Here we go.
Pop up a little bit more.
Q calls. Come on, Q, run. Give me my 420 break.
All right, guys, I just cut Mara. It was not cooperating for a small loss. Cut it at 1790. Jeez. Tough trading session today. Things are diverging completely from the underlying commodities. Maybe they just shook me out there. Still holding a Tesla put, still holding a SPY put, still holding an SMCI short as well. That one's in the money. That one's in the money for us. 556.50 is where we entered here on SMCI, so that one's coming in nicely. Tesla put. We're holding a Meta short. Still holding a rig long. That one's slightly against us by a few pennies.
Seeing continued activity in UIs. A company to report earnings.
One thing I'm seeing is JP Morgan negative. JP Morgan's down.
I think we can constantly get a little bit of a pullback here with this 5-minute hanging man, but I'm still looking for everything to hold the EMAs. See if we can break past pre-market highs.
So we're just waiting for this market to make a big directional move. SPY is still running into this resistance point. This is your pre-market high. You're seeing Bitcoin selling off from that 43,000. Still holding 187 puts on Tesla. Still short Meta. Still short SMCI. Long rig. Long CGC. More sectors are turning red. You have the transports now red. You have financials red. Real estate, utilities, healthcare red.
I couldn't even tell you my average because I was just scaled in like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you saw the money grow.
My favorite thing to do is to just smash the buy button until either like my account's blown or I make money.
Whoever takes bases out of context, chat, take that.
All right, so Tesla, those 187 puts are looking likely, guys.
In the last like 3 weeks, so
Tesla is coming down.
right now I'm up like 2,800 on this one. So it's
You might have paid like, hey, where's that for?
What are you trading, 50Ks? You got the pass?
no, I'm trading 150.
Trade the 50s, they're cheaper.
Yeah, I don't care about the price. I need more juice, baby. I need to be able to.
No, but I'm saying like they're cheaper to get a payout because like once you pass that and then you.
All right, guys, there goes Tesla. Those 187 puts are close to being in the money. Those 187 puts are now in the money, guys. Please secure some profits. It's the prudent thing to do.
2,600 and then you can get a payout.
I mean, that's pretty good.
So at least that's one winner in the books today. Still holding SMCI short and Meta short. And then on the long side, we're holding RIG and CGC. But those ones are, again, not looking so hot at the moment. They're really not. Oil's still strong, which is why I'm optimistic with RIG. I feel like it's just a little bit of a shakeout, fake out for a much larger move to come into play. But those Tesla puts did go in the money.
Crypto, yeah, you post the crypto news, and if I can go through your timeline right now, all I see is
this person got scammed, this person got robbed, this person got ripped off. You're worse than fucking CNBC at this point. That 10-minute 200 is some bitch spot.
So I'm glad I scaled there, but this could be like the base that we need for high breaking base. We're gonna see if they maintain VWAP though, but 5-minute CBC turn flip.
Did anyone? Hey, Mikey, look at CACC, bro.
Further here. See ya.
Jeez. Credit Acceptance Corporation. It said goodbye. Man, I should have played that. It's all good. Q calls. Oh, I'm out. Got stopped out on that slang.
So SPY's coming down. SMCI is still just waiting on that name. Meta, we're still holding a Meta short.
Watching NVDA here for a 30-minute or high breaking base. It does have the EMA turn across here. I would watch the golden zone, which lines up with VWAP to maintain. If we hold that, that would be a higher low, and I would aim for a higher high over 623.
So now you have Microsoft pulling from the highs. Google. Meta's still consolidating. NVIDIA's still strong. Apple's still strong. But we could see a little bit of a momentum shift to the downside. We could see the SPY drop to pre-market low around 44.20. Don't be surprised if we see it drop down to around that 44.20 level. The Russell 2000 is looking exceptionally weak. So again, take a look at this IWM chart. This one looks like it's trying to break down here. You know, it's technically hitting some support at these levels, but you really don't want to lose this trend line. If we lose this, I'm going to take some 191 puts on the Russell. Okay, we break this trend line. We'll take 191 puts on the Russell. You can also just use common shares to short it. But we'll watch that closely. The Russell's still holding on to positive gains, but it is the weakest indice. Meta's still just hovering in a range here.
No Rory. Oh my gosh.
I ain't trying to spend a shit ton of money.
Dude, I took a sound clip from Brett.
Did you know way?
And I put it on my soundboard. Look, listen to this.
No, let me hear it. No risk, no run. No run.
I put it on my phone.
I love how he said
AMD's still negative, Mara went negative, Tesla just went negative, guys. So a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. What's interesting about Tesla is that it's red and its XLY ETF is green, up 0.75% on the back of Amazon strength. So it's just showing you how strong Amazon is of recent sessions and the market cap discrepancy between Tesla and Amazon. Still holding a rig long, a CGC long, SMCI short, Meta short. Meta's kind of popping up against us. This is all just a starter position on Meta. Basically, I'll add to Meta at the highs of the session here. Finally, rig is catching a little bit of a momentum boost here. RIG, a little bit of some buyers coming into the picture. Oil's still strong. So I'm very shocked that energy stocks haven't been rallying more. CGC, still just consolidating. Meta, Tesla's still weak, guys. Tesla's looking like it wants to go down lower here, but the Qs are catching a bid. So big relative weakness in Tesla at the moment. Even AMD is negative, still trying to firm up. It's interesting to see AMD so negative when the rest of the semiconductor complex is strong. So this might be a little bit of a short play, put play on relative weakness. I could see us floating all the way back down to about 165 today. SMCI right back to the highs of the session.
Loaded now. A few of you guys, you might know him on here on Twitter. His name is is it Ben Killer or Ben Stiller? It's like it's based off of that, and that's his persona.
Oracle, sorry to cut you off, JC.
Oh, you're good.
Calls
You're good.
for February 16th are about $23 a contract.
Ooh, SPX contracts up $25 a contract here, $225.
Dollar's selling off pretty sharply here, guys. The dollar is selling off pretty sharply. Still holding long CGC, long rig, short SMCI, short meta. They're all starter positions except for rig and canopy. Rig, we're down 2 cents on the trade per share. Canopy growth, we're down 3 cents. We're basically flat on SMCI, slightly down on meta. SPY is tapping pre-market high again. Alright, so big push in rig now. Big push in rig. This one should start to firm up for us. Oil's still at the highs of the session.
I just wanted to use the money to go to SPX. Okay. I'm going to lock in profits here on SPX, and I'm going to leave the SPY calls that I initially have just to de-risk, but also lock in some profits.
SPY is still struggling at this resistance pivot. You can clearly see these pivot lows from your big FOMC sell-off, rally, and then breakdown. So SPY is still struggling. This also happens to be around your pre-market high area. Bitcoin trying to push for 43,000, making a new high. XOM's up 0.5%, rig's flat. SMH is just up 0.17%. So semis are lagging the market, but you do have strength in SMCI, making new all-time highs right now on SMCI. Big break out there on SPY. Big break out there on SPY. It's trying. Your next resistance on SPY is going to be this level. But since we've been consolidating, this 486.40 level is not that heavy resistance. You'll likely see this resistance trend line going all the way back to your wedge breakout here at 486.90. That's where you have decent resistance.
Give Casey a fucking newer high. He's got 16, baby.
I need $1,600 for my 16, baby.
$200 per contract gained on SPX ladder.
Here we go. Here we go. Newer high.
There we go.
All right, so markets are ripping here. Markets are ripping. SPY is trying to push higher here. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my SMCI. If we hit 562, 562 or higher, I will add to my SMCI.
I'm on the other side of SPX. I sell data. So
Rig is firming up for us. NVDA is still charging higher here. Really breathing some life into the semis. All right, guys, I just added to SMCI at 562.50. 562.50. That's a second entry short on SMCI.
So that's why I was interested in this XPS calls as well, because my SPY calls here was still valid. So I was like, you know what, extra icing on the cake. Maple wants SPX calls. I'm going to throw one out there and fucking boom, next candle stream up.
Look, there goes NVIDIA new high every day. I said 30 or breaking base.
Meta's ripping, so high of day will be the next ad level. High of day. So our average on SMCI is sitting at 559.56. SMCI, we are out of the money. It's up 6% right now. So it is trying to squeeze higher. Google curling down. Meta's still pushing. Tesla looking like it wants to come back down again. Those 187 puts look juicy again. Nat gas falling sharply lower now.
Leaving kind of a $2 kind of chop range today. So, in my opinion, if you can snipe the entries and you get these big candles right after it, I'm going to lock in the majority of my profits right there because I think we're just going to have this back and forth kind of behavior. So it's just be patient, snipe the entry, get the pop, get the scales, secure the cash.
All right, so we're now back in the money on SMCI.
I think that's how today's going to be. I'm all out of spy calls here on this pullback.
Wow. I'm so fucking mad. I think I'm done for the day already. I got into a firm again. It was doing really well. I went to go put in a sell order, and it instantly dropped 30 cents in under...
NVDA new high of day. Tesla's new low of day. So continue to see semiconductors suck money out of Tesla. Continuing to see that.
And I sold them for a loss. They dropped like 2 times today. It killed me. They dropped like 30% in a matter of seconds when I literally just left the room for, I'm not even lying, maybe 30 to 45 seconds. I just tried to sell it on the second time I got in, and I was up about 15%.
All right, guys, I just added to my meta short 399.72. 399.72. That's the second entry short on Meta. It's the second entry short on Meta. 399.72. That brings up our average to 399.18.
I just put up a firm on the 5 minute. I don't know exactly what candle you entered in on, but at 10:05, that green hammer candle basing over 39.20, I would have taken calls there. And then the 10:25 hammer candle down there, I would have taken calls there as well.
I actually took calls on both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean...
Now oil's starting to weaken, guys.
I would have taken calls. That's the only 2 spots. So, I mean, I wouldn't beat yourself up.
I'm down 5 cents right now.
Energy market is under pressure at the moment. You have the dollar trying to perk back up a little bit.
15-minute hammer candle too at 10:30.
Tesla new low. Tesla new low. Expect for a little bit of weakness to creep into Amazon.
I get you. It's like when all the stars align and you think like you just fuck me. Yeah, and then like it's like right after you hit the button to get into like your perfect setup, it just completely goes opposite like directly after. Those are like the fucking worst.
All right, guys, I'm going to take 192 puts on the IWM. 192 puts on the IWM. 192 puts on the IWM. These are 0 DTEs.
SPY 5-minute close above 485.80, which is good for continuation. For upside, next target above is going to be 486.55. SPY closes under 485.80, which is going to come back down to VWAP in my opinion.
NVIDIA is now weakening at the highs. NVIDIA is weakening just a little bit. SMCI still bouncing firmly. Tesla still at the lows. Tesla just can't seem to catch a bid.
Indeed.
Or is that a hang down spot? Yeah.
SMCI new high of day.
What's the high of the previous candle? 21.
Apple new high of day. Microsoft's coming down.
I'm starting another spread challenge for the boys. We're gonna go back down to 5K for the boys. Wow. Big Come on, Big Daddy.
Tesla still new low of day. Apple still pushing into earnings. There's a big drop on Meta. Still like this Russell 2000 short. Still short SMCI. Long canopy growth. Down a little bit on that trade. Long rig. Oil's now softened from the highs. Nat gas is softened. Seems like the money flowing out of Tesla is going right into NVIDIA. So right now we are still just waiting for this market. We have a short on Meta. We have some puts on the Russell 2000. We have a long in the energy space via rig. We have a long on CGC. And we have a short on SMCI. That one's going against us just a little bit here. But it's just, we still have a lot of maneuverability. It's only a half position in SMCI. Only a half position in Meta. Again, Meta is trading near that 400 level into some really, really big resistance here. It just filled its technical gap, putting in that bearish divergence. And Meta does have earnings today along with Apple. So I'm expecting a little bit of a sell-off, especially around Apple and Meta as we approach the earnings. I think that with the majority of the mega caps reported already through the likes of Google, Microsoft, I think there's a lot of fear in the market around the sense that maybe Apple misses, maybe Meta misses, just like Google, just like poor Microsoft, AMD's reactions. So I think we should see some profit taking into the earnings portion of the day. Again, you have a lot of divergences. You know, oil stocks are kind of weak. There's a mixed basket of tricks here. You have crypto really strong, but then Mara is down. You still have weakness in JP Morgan. That's one thing that's standing out to me today is the weakness in JP Morgan. So the weakness in JP Morgan right now is actually weighing in on I believe, the small caps. So JP Morgan's negative right now, pulling off from the highs. That's a little bit of a sentiment. Whenever JP Morgan's negative, that concerns me because it does suggest that the market could trend lower here. So JP Morgan's definitely one of those leading stocks. Big drop on Meta, guys. Big drop on Meta. So those shorts are now paying us. I'm still looking for more. I'm looking for at least support level 1. We got 2 little support zones. This is our first level where we'll cover half the position. And then we'll look to hold in the money runners with a stop loss protection. So Meta's falling nicely. SMCI is falling. Come on, baby. Let's see what we can get here.
If you guys want to follow him, look at the floppy casing.
Apple's still at the highs, so that's propping the market up as a whole. Big drop there on Meta, guys. Big drop there on Meta. We're continuing to fall here. We are continuing to fall. That's good to see. Come on, Meta. Give it up. Give it up.
Microsoft was looking strong earlier. I don't know.
Tesla still at the dead lows. Microsoft's curling down. Apple's still strong at the highs of this session, but running into the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. NVDA has a 10-minute topping tail that it just put in, potentially an hourly topping tail. Looks like this market's vulnerable at this point. I'm seeing the momentum shift downwards. You're making higher highs, but the highs are not as convincing and strong on the S&P.
Rivian and Tesla are both dying.
I'm getting short, so my CBC is not flipped yet. I'm flat, Sharky.
Hey, boys, my paperwork's coming into it. I was literally active.
I bought 0 days on accident.
Tesla new lows. Tesla new lows. That just keeps dying. All right, guys, Meta's coming up into target 1, so I'm looking to cover half. New lows in Tesla. Microsoft still curling down. Meta's catching a bid. If the Russell loses this area here, we're off to the races to the downside. We took those 192 puts.
Yep, call credit spreads are up 10% already. My money max at, oh, wait, no, you probably
The Russell's about to turn negative, and that's concerning because you still have the dollar weak, yields weak. So there's still a character change in the Russell. What used to be the Russell taking having exceptional rallies when yields and the dollar are weak. Now the Russell's selling off back-to-back days when yields and the dollar are down. That should be concerning for small caps. There's something brewing in the regional banks, and maybe that's why the Fed is forcing a lot of the regional banks to tap the discount window again. So there's something brewing in the regional banks. Financials are your weakest sector, which is a heavy component of the Russell.
To manage my risk, it's so much harder because I wait for those 5 minute closes and wait for 5
Tesla still down 0.78%, just not catching any sort of a bid here.
back testing the Tesla.
Wow. I do have a long level on Tesla. There's 2 little gap fills, while one gap fill sitting around that 180, just above 183. So if Tesla flushes into there, we can have a long trade. I do like that one for a long trade. And then obviously your double bottom. That zone should still hold for a little bit of a bounce at double bottom and that gap. I still think Tesla breaks that little low eventually, but it should hold for now. Meta probably should have taken some profits. Just look at that big bounce. Wow. But Russell's still coming in, still holding my SMCI. That one we're slightly down on as it pushes for new highs. AMD has flipped back to the green side.
I will say the premiums are pretty damn pricey today, huh?
Yeah, they suck.
and tech earnings. So getting some nice premium in SPX.
Yeah, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, for your strategy, you can go even farther out and still get pretty nice.
What you say about my nuts?
Nothing. You hang too low.
Yeah, I should probably look at surgery.
So dollar just made a new low. Tesla's making new lows.
50 to 50 points out of the money right now. You're getting a quarter. That's pretty damn nice.
Potential little bear wedge forming on the S&P 1-minute chart. You're back under pre-market high. Dollar's still at the lows, so that should help the markets. Let's look at the SPY here.
Down 5%.
SPY. So notice how you're making higher highs here, but the trend is weakening. You're getting this rollover of price action, which is telling you that there's some sellers. You're getting this little surrounding slope that is potentially starting. So that's telling me that the trend is weakening. RSI is kind of confirming that as well, making their high, higher high, lower high divergence. So you are getting a little divergence on the SPY here. No spark in the market right now. Some things need to happen after 11:30. Yeah, you know, I think that the markets have had every rhyme or reason to actually break above this resistance zone, this pre-FOMC. Keep in mind, we're into the FOMC chop zone, where we had that big breakdown on the rate decision, then a big spike when Powell walked out, and then he crushed it. So we're at that FOMC range where there's a huge volume shelf, huge amount of sellers that pushed it down, and you have yields and the dollar down and the VIX down, and markets can't get above that area. You know, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt and see if it can, but right now it's certainly struggling. And you actually have the SOXX negative. So semiconductors across the board are negative, SOXX, and you still have NVDA strong. You have SMCI up massively. So I find that super, super interesting, just from a TA standpoint. Tesla's still down and falling. All right, guys, I just added to my SMCI short at 565.50. 565.50. And that's still pushing higher.
Really bad for a lot of people, but for me personally, it was that driving factor that made me, I gotta do this. Yeah, it really depends on the person. We always don't condone that, like ever. You know what I mean? Like, don't be quitting your job and just fucking full-time trade when you have no idea. But no, props to you, Casey. You did it right, man. You're flourishing right now.
Appreciate you, man. Means a lot.
So sick to see, like, watching people convert from.
So SMCI is going against us here. Our average is sitting at 565.50. It really hasn't had any sort of pullback. It's up 7%. It does have a high short float interest, which is why I think it's moving up pretty sharply here.
Me neither. You know what's funny? You know what's actually really super ironic about how I'm a trader now is I remember when I was little, my dad had this client, because they're personal trainers, like I've said before, they have a bunch of clients. One of them was a trader. And I remember my dad telling me, like, yeah, this guy sits behind his computer all day and makes a ton of money. And I remember saying, I was like, I don't care how much money you make. I would hate to sit behind a computer all day. I remember saying that when I was little. Look at me.
Russell, new low of day, guys. The Russell's making a new low of day. So those puts are looking pretty optimistic. All right, now you're starting to see the indices sell off more. Tesla new low. Potential hourly reversal on NVIDIA. Still a lot of time left in the candle.
I wouldn't want to be doing it. Spending every morning with my favorite crew.
There it is. You want to count up?
Making money with the internet at home.
Hey, I trusted in Casey. Shout out. There it is.
I'd be scaling right there.
Fuck. I couldn't even scale though. No, I couldn't scale. It's too fast. Like
I took another ladder here on SPX, 4890 calls, risking VWAP area.
Maple might be onto something, folks.
Yeah, that was the scalp down from the 5 minute.
Guys, I'm going to take a high-risk lotto play. I'm still holding those 44 puts, aligned calls. I'm not going to take aligned calls. I know it had a huge breakout. I'd wait for a pullback. What calls are you looking at there, Nareesh? Oh, I guess it's pulled back a little bit here. Oh, it has pulled back a little bit after that breakout. Wow.
Looks like the bottom of a channel. My bad, Maple.
All right, I'm gonna take a super high risk trade, guys. I'm gonna take 483 0DT puts on the S&P. I already have 484 puts, but I'm taking 483 puts as well. Just super size for loss. Kind of seeing this market running out of steam. Not really liking the relative strength plays here. Look at this, guys. We are seeing these markets starting to fall here. Our Russell puts are almost in the money. Still holding an SMCI short, a Meta short. We're flat on Meta. Almost in the money on SMCI. We're flat now.
There we go, Jordan.
Take it. Because I was in 0 days.
Big drop there, guys. Big drop.
All right, next level down, 484.95. There you go.
Beautiful. 30%.
SMCI, we're now in the money, guys. SMCI. Next week's 300 calls. Yeah, that might actually be a really good trade. You got to watch for this breakout, because if that becomes a failed breakout on the line, you know, that's a nice bullish pattern. But if that becomes a failed breakout, then you could see a retracement back lower.
It hit what it hit. Or even if it's not 5. That's full target. That's my zone, Jordan, right there.
There you go, Jordan.
You should get a really hard bounce right here. See, this is why my buddy told me to just trade SPX. He was like, did your chart setup? He was like, if you just took SPX contracts, like you could literally take 1 to 2 trades and be done for the day with this kind of stuff.
The dollar is trying to firm up here, guys. So the dollar is hitting daily chart support level. It's hitting the 7-day moving average, sitting at 103.43. So the dollar should hold here and bounce, which is why I think we're going to see the indices sell off here some more. Our Russell puts are almost in the money, guys. Our Russell puts are almost in the money.
Let's go. Great job.
Again, the SMCI trade, we're now flat on the SMCI trade. That's good to see. Our SMCI average is 562.50. Sorry, it is. Wow, look at that fall on SMCI. Still holding a meta short. Apple's now selling off pretty hard here, guys. Big drop on SMCI. We're in the money on that. Our Russell puts are about to go in the money. Still holding Meta, SMCI. Come on.
Trying to go downside, but it's sideways just because
we're potentially developing an hourly topping tail on SMCI, and potential hourly topping tail on SMCI. As soon as those Russell puts go in the money, I'm going to look to trim. Google should pop tomorrow regardless of where Meta goes. I don't know about that. You know, typically after a hard earnings sell, you want to wait 3 days because that forces... All right, guys, our Russell puts are in the money. Please secure and trim. I'm securing some half the profits, and I'm going to put some stops in place, mental stops. Those puts just went in the money on the Russell. So nice job on that trade. Let's look at SMCI. That one's cooperating now for us. So that's a nice big position on SMCI. We are in the money pretty good right now. Meta, we're in the money. So now we're winning on all of our trades except for our rig and canopy. Our rig and canopy. Big drop coming here in the SMCI. Come on. Here comes the puts, guys. Here comes the puts. This is why we've just slowly started accumulating as the market was kind of giving this little signal that it was running out of momentum. All right, guys, I just covered half of my SMCI here. I just covered half on that dip, and I'm still riding the other half. So that's a nice little gain on SMCI. That was over $5.96. And I'm actually going to put now a in the money stop right at this 561.97. So kind of this red bar high. Trade is now risk free. SPY's still selling off. Let's look at our Meta position now, because that one put in a potential lower high. Potential lower high in place on Meta. Qs are still falling. Come on, baby. Come on, give it up. VIX is spiking here, guys.
I'm green. 1.56%. I'm red. 1.56% negative. I still think I sometimes enter early, but I like that we started slowing down right at this lower band.
SMCI still going lower. Meta going lower here. IWM still looking weak. Dollar's at the lows of the session, guys. Dollar is at the lows of the session. Take a look at that decline on SMCI. Potentially marking another top. Potentially marking another top. Big decline on SMCI, guys. Big decline on SMCI. I'm still riding the second half. We took profits on the first half. Still riding SPY puts. 484.0 DTEs are almost in the money, and 483s. Still riding a meta short. And our longs on rig and canopy are slightly down. We're down on rig by 5 cents per share. And we're down on canopy 5 cents as well per share. Oil's starting to weaken here, so that's not a good sign. All right, Meta is coming up into first profit target here, guys. Meta is coming up into first profit target. There's your lower low on Meta. If you lose this little pivot zone, I think the next support is really going to be here. And there's going to be a down-sloping trend line that we could retrace to on Meta. That's where I'm looking to cover, guys. Right in this vicinity on Meta. So get ready. We will be taking profits on Meta very shortly. We're in the money nicely. SMCI, we're still riding the second half down. Still holding on to my rig long and my canopy growth long. Still holding on to second half of the Russell puts. So we're banking now. Finally, the market is kind of cooperating and giving us some profits.
Somebody filled some orders. I think Frank's just...
Yeah, so, and what I was saying about Google, I read your comment there, Nareesh. I mean, I'm going to take the counter argument there, just play a little devil's advocate. Generally, after a 7% drop on a mega cap, you want to wait a few days for the selling abates. Reason being is there's funds that have to sell, volatility funds, that even if they think Google's going to bounce or go up, they have to start liquidating and trimming positions because it breaks some of their volatility ranges. And it's not a matter of if they want to sell, it's just following their quant rules. So there's a lot of quant-based funds, a lot of volatility funds that if they breach their volatility range, they have to be forced to trim positions and go back in line with their overall investing thesis and rules. So let's say Meta misses as well. That's going to drag the whole communication sector down. When you look at XLC, the ETF XLC, that affects a lot of communication stocks. But when you look at the diversification and the weighting of XLC, it's Meta, I believe, I haven't checked it in probably a month, but I believe Meta is still upwards of 20% weighting in the XLC. So let's just say Meta has a drop. That's going to hit the XLC communication ETF so hard that it's going to be very difficult for Google to rally. I don't care if Google will not rally if Meta drops, 5-10%. Now, if Meta explodes higher, obviously it's going to pull up the whole communications ETF. So I'm kind of disagreeing with you there that Google's not going to pop if Meta misses. Google will pop if Meta beats or has a good reaction. That's just too much of a weighting in Meta for it to not have an effect on the whole market, or at least the communication stocks. All right, 44 puts are almost in the money on our SPY trade here, guys. 484 puts are almost in the money. I'm still looking to take profits on Meta right around this 396 area. It's coming into there. So you have the Russell now down 0.5%, 0.58% at the lows of the session. Big hourly reversal on NVDA. Bitcoin selling. Look at these puts, guys. All right, I'm just securing some puts here on Meta. I just closed the position. Sorry, I'm just closed the short position at 396.79. That's a beautiful gain on Meta. Let's look at our SMCI trade now. That one's still coming in hot, still riding the second half lower, but we took full profits on Meta. Beautiful trade. Still have a rig long, CGC long. They are against us right now. We just secured profits on our 484.0 DTE puts. I just secured profits on those 484 puts, and I still have 483.0 DTEs. So the 10 DTE trade just went in the money. So I secured there. Still riding the other 483s. We could get a bounce here. Dollar still trending lower. Dollar starting to put in a positive divergence. So I'm still expecting a pop here on the dollar. Coin 130 call weeklies. I can take a look at coin momentarily. Just give me a second while I manage some of these positions since they are in the money nicely. So again, we secured Meta. We closed our whole Meta position. Still riding a second half of this SMCI with an in-the-money stop. I'm actually going to lower my stop now to 560, basically 561 here. So we secured the half position. Still riding 43 puts on the S&P 500. But I did secure and close those 484 puts. IWM still riding the second half 192 put options. Okay, still riding the second half with a mental stop here at 192.50, and we already took profits on the first half. So the Dixie's losing the short-term 7-day moving average. The Dixie is losing the short-term 7-day moving average. Oil is actually falling sharper here. VIX is spiking. VIX is spiking. How do you guys feel about the split screen today? Nareesh, do you have any comments on the split screen? Or anyone watching? Do you guys prefer the split screen or do you prefer the whole screen like this? I know we get to watch a few different things via the split screen.
Definitely wish I held those, but I'm not going to hold through.
Any comments would be appreciated.
No, I mean, one green candle, like back up, your plus 30% goes to plus 10.
Split? Perfect. Thanks, Fairweather. I have two big money. Yeah. That's great, man. That's great. Kitty approves too. Can you hear the kitty in the background? She's been going crazy today. She's making a ruckus behind me. 100%. Coin 50% already. Split screen is better. All right, guys. I'll keep the split screen then. We can watch a few different things. Let's take a look at coin because Nareesh is going bananas here. So coin 131 incoming. You know, Bitcoin has pulled in from the highs. What's coin? Coin's actually negative at the moment. So that's super interesting. Potential little inverted head and shoulders forming on the 4-hour chart. I could definitely see that coming into fruition. Yeah, it's not looking bad actually. That pattern is not looking bad on the 4-hour chart. You can see you have your, or even if you do the 1-hour chart, you can probably see it a little bit better. But you have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. You need to break this little neckline zone. You know, coin's still negative on the session. So is Mara. Carvana's down 5, and it's small caps. Right now, you have to remember small caps are negative. So small caps have had every reason with the yields and the dollar to break higher, and they're just not really doing it. So are we now into an environment where small caps are going to absolutely get slaughtered because maybe we're pricing in a recession? Maybe the reason why yields are collapsing despite no Fed pivot is because the bond market is pricing in a recession or a global slowdown, an economic slowdown. There's a reason why yields go up because the economy is booming, and there's a reason why the bond market is forcing yields lower. People are accumulating bonds to potentially insulate themselves from a little bit of a slowdown. So coin's still looking okay. Let's check back on SMCI. A little bit of an hourly candle reversal there. Let's look at Microsoft because that one was your weak mega cap reversal. Look at this reversal in Microsoft. So they ran it up and now they're just taking it lower. It looks like Microsoft wants to head to gap fill. This could be a gap and crack day, guys. The way that the S&P has moved up, you know, a high risk lotto play would be Microsoft coming back down to gap fill. I think that could happen today, especially with the dollar being so weak. You have not had markets firm up. I'm going to take a high risk lotto play here on Microsoft, guys. I'm going to take 400 0 DTE puts. 400 0 DTE puts. And we'll see if we can ride this.
Yes, you do get more
Size for loss, guys, on this trade. Size for loss on the trade.
Almost double. The payout threshold, you only need to hit $52,600 to get a payout.
And what's concerning me is the markets are selling off as the dollar's falling here, guys. So what if we get a bounce on the dollar here? Which I do anticipate. You're oversold intraday. Should get some sort of a mini bounce. You're actually putting in this little bit of a falling wedge pattern, one could argue. It's not the cleanest, but it's certainly trying to develop. You know, even if you use this pivot high, a little bit of a falling wedge.
Funded account, the performance account on Apex for a 50K account is only $3,000. To get to a funded account.
Split. Thanks, Chilwell. Appreciate the comments, guys. I'll keep it split then. That makes a lot of sense. I actually prefer it that way too. It allows me to talk and cover more data.
To get to a funded account, 3, yes, they're selling you on that drawdown. But really, if you're trading and sizing appropriately, you won't have an issue with that drawdown.
I'm green on those calls.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I stopped at the last one.
Potential head and shoulders developing on SMCI here, guys. Potential head and shoulders. You can see your neckline would be here. You break this, our second half on the position is going to absolutely print. It's going to print tremendously.
Because the 50K has a very limited drawdown. If you trade NQ with 1 or 2 cards and you're on the wrong side, you're probably done within 1 day, more times than not.
If you trigger this neckline, you could see a flush down to 538 on SMCI. That would be beautiful.
And then when you size up to the 150, you can size up to an NQ. What ends up happening is most folks take that, jump into
DGX? I'm not even familiar with that ticker. What is that ticker, DGX? Quest Diagnostics Incorporated. Collapse to the 120. Earnings today did collapse. Had a nice bullish reversal. Bought up off of the lows. Really gobbled up off of the lows. What's the volume? Only 675,000 shares. A little light. 20 days volume averages 1 million. So, I mean, it's just a little light right now. What's the market cap on this bad boy? DGX. 14.49 billion. Okay, that's deep enough to trade. Are you looking to short it there? Or are you looking to take puts? Narish?
You're going to take much more trades. You're going to take.
I'm seeing the VIX starting to climb higher and higher here, guys. The VIX is climbing. It actually just flipped green, the UVXY.
I think it's like 3,000 per month or per payout. For the 150Ks, and it's 2,000 each payout on the 50Ks, right? But that drawdown for me being eliminated after hitting 52,600, that's the biggest pro on the 50Ks, as well as them being cheaper.
Tesla just can't catch a bid, guys. It's just so weak. And again, we're approaching this gap fill zone on Tesla. I do like it for a potential long. Dollar still at the dead lows. And markets are still selling. Look at small caps here. Russell 2000. Trying to carve out a little bit of a potential inverted head and shoulders here. Maybe we get a small little pop here. I'm actually going to lower my stop on those Russells just to about this high pivot here, 192.26. So your next resistance on the Russells here, which we broke. Notice how you have your pivot to pivot to pivot, and then you had your bearish consolidation here and big breakdown. We're kind of doing now another bearish consolidation pattern here on the Russell, also a little bear flag on the S&P. Tesla's down by 1.19%. AMD's down by 0.6%. Apple's still holding gains. Russell's down 0.5%. SMCI still at 5% on the session. Jesus, it's just like watching paint dry right now. Where's the volatility, guys?
I don't know, but some people type in fast as fuck.
Microsoft's still selling.
Alright. SPY 483.41 batter up. I'm flat. That was a beautiful bounce.
And then I just got stopped out on bounce.
Yeah, it was a beautiful bounce, retest, and rejection. So that just leads me to believe that we're going to make that next leg down. Here we go. New low of day.
All right, SPY is still falling here, guys. New low of day on Russell, new low of day on SPY. Looks like the SPY might want to push to the negative side here, guys. Now they may save it in terms of Apple's earnings. I have seen that happen quite frequently, where they don't want to let it collapse too much. They kind of still want to keep some positive momentum in the market. But we're still riding those 483 puts, guys. We are still riding 43 puts. Still have the runners on the Russell, still holding an SMCI short. And this is about to trigger a head and shoulders, so look out for SMCI, guys. This one's looking interesting. VIX is still shooting up. All right, I'm probably looking to cut my canopy growth for a loss. CGC is not firmed up.
So what's going on is 10-year, we should be going up, right? Usually we go up when the yield comes down. So what's going on is the flight to quality. It's not a good fucking sign. Gotcha. At least today.
All right, guys, I cut my canopy growth at 475. I apologize about that loss. That is a loss of about 8 cents per share. Apologize about that. Still holding rig. Rig's even at a level of a swing trade to hold overnight. Full disclosure, I do hold longs in the energy space. So I apologize about the canopy growth loss, but we're well insulated. We're still holding runners that are in the money sharply here. So SMCI, that one we banked on. Meta, we banked on. S&P put option, IWM put option, still actually printing and paying. Still writing another 483 put on the Russell. Still holding half of the short position on SMCI. If it breaks this neckline, you know, we're going to have a nice move. We're potentially going to be up 4% on this trade if we break this little neckline. So watching it closely. Yields right now on the 10-year yield are down 2.45%, and the 2-year is down 1.71. So the spread, the inversion is widening. Typically when the inversion widens, it actually leaves the ability for stocks to run to the upside. So that's what we've seen. All right, the S&P is getting a little bit of a boost here.
But you understand what I mean? A flight to quality means when they buy the bonds, the yield goes down, right? Price goes up, yield goes down. Yeah, no, I get you. I get what you're both saying.
There's two ways to look at it. I get what he's saying. But I'm not looking at the levels of equity. That's not a sell-off. We started from 1,400, which we held for the last month and a half. So that's not a sell-off to me.
I'm going to try
That's called consolidation.
shop calls here. We got a 10-minute inverted hammer. We got a 15-minute inverted hammer. We have 3, 5, 10-minute divergence.
Tesla's actually now catching a bid, a little bit of a 10-minute engulfing candle. So that's a little bit bullish for the market. Tesla's been weak all morning, and it's trying to now firm up. Never hit my gap fill zone, so I never went long. Still holding a long on RIG, and then the rest of our positions are shorts. So we have one long on the table. We have Russell runners on our put options. We have S&P put, 430 DT put. We're still holding an SMCI short from this 562.50. We already took half of the position profit at 556.50. And we have an in-the-money stop at 561 on the second half. We closed our Meta short position, and we took a loss on our canopy. Rig is trying to firm up here. I am liking AMD. I'm going to take, looking at the puts right now on AMD. AMD's been weak all morning, and it's potentially also looking like triggering a bearish intraday pattern here. You can see it, a little head and shoulders neckline, really forming right around here. I'm actually intrigued to potentially short AMD. I think AMD can actually flush all the way down to 164. Dollar making new lows, guys. The dollar is making new lows. Just can't catch a bid, the dollar, but it's getting extremely oversold here, guys. SMH is negative, Intel's negative, JP Morgan down 1.22%. Still seeing issues in the regional banks. KRE down 5.44%. So something is wrong in the KRE regionals. It's going to drag this market down, guys. The regionals are not healthy. All right, I'm going to short AMD here. 167.05 entry, 167.05. 1/4 position, 1/4 position. Still holding an SMCI short in the money.
I don't want to say this because Knots might shoot me to watch a firm for upside here.
No, I'm not playing that.
LMT, somebody said.
Spies below the orb.
Both for
Spy.
strike moves.
Yeah, SPY just rejected the same level again. 484.
Potential little inverted head and shoulders forming on the SPY here. You have your left shoulder, you have your right shoulder developing right now. It's a very small one, but it does suggest a little bit of upside. If we break that neckline, could see a tiny little move up to about, it's a 65-cent move, back to about this previous resistance zone.
Oh yeah, look at TLT. Ripping.
But again, bonds just keep selling, or bonds keep getting gobbled up. The dollar keeps falling. That's signaling something in the market, guys. Regional banks collapsing. You guys better be cautious of what goes on in this next market cycle, guys. If you don't know what is about to happen. DGX flush. I know you called that one out. Let's take a look at this DGX. Is it flushing? Oops, that's DGC. DGX. Oh yeah, look at that flush. DGX flush. Nice call there, Nareesh. Nice call. Something in the market dynamic is changing, guys. If you want to know what that is, definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord service, and I chat about that to my members, and make sure you're staying informed. AMD's trying to push up here.
Some things aren't getting completely smashed, but at the end of the day, you know, we haven't broken major levels, so we're still like in contention.
4,800, 4,850. Major levels.
Yeah.
Agreed. Consolidation.
But, you know, basically, I like high dividends, so.
I'm not even looking at it. It is what it is.
All right, this is looking like it's a 10-minute bear flag on the Qs, 10-minute bear flag on the Russell.
Yeah. From high tag is 50 day.
NVIDIA getting a big boost to the high side. You can see the S&P is trying to break this little neckline.
Yep, it's golden money. But I'm trying to get a viewpoint. Frank, what's your viewpoint on where we're going to?
I knew we was going up.
Okay,
Up.
good.
Up. It's going up to the moon.
I've been calls.
I bought a call yesterday. Sharky, we're going to trade it high.
Dollar new lows, guys. The dollar is making new lows, continuing to flush here. A lot of red on the screen still, but you have strength in the mega caps that are kind of trying to prop this market up. Microsoft up 1.5%, NVIDIA up 0.9%, Apple up 0.7%, Amazon up 1.1%, Google up 1%, Meta up 1.7%.
Yeah, one of our listeners just sent me a message. He said about a month ago we talked about Walmart for the upside, and he's up 150% on 170 call swings right now. So I pulled up the chart and I was like, damn, I completely missed the.
I was not expecting a split from them.
Yeah, that's a 3-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this 4-hour chart and the daily, just beautiful climb. Since December, since a month ago, it's done nothing but steady climb. Did it fill the gap?
Yes.
So Google's curling down, Microsoft curling up, NVIDIA pushing up, Tesla curling up, Amazon trying to curl up. Google below some of the short-term moving averages.
I traded twice and caught the move up.
You're always calling it, bro.
Got stopped out, but I think completely.
Man, don't miss.
No, I do. I definitely do. I just try to.
You know what, though? But when you do miss, you always let everybody know. And you both, like, I see your little post recaps you do. Like, like, every once in a while, you'll be like, yeah, I fucked up. Took a big loss.
So the Qs are below pre-market low. SPY is above pre-market low. Russell's below pre-market low.
Taking shitty trades, whatever it matters. As long as you're keeping those losses small, like, you'll be all right. You'll get out of that.
Except
we're watching the S&P trying to trigger this mini inverse head and shoulders. Very minimal upside. Dollar is still at the lows. It's been selling all day. Take a look at this DXY chart. At some point, we're going to get a bounce in the dollar. And it's going to cause, I think, the indices to take its next leg lower. This wedge pattern actually failed. So really the next support on the dollar, let's go to the larger term time frame. It looks like the dollar maybe wants to test this trend line here. Looks like the dollar maybe wants to fall to 103. That would be a pretty big fall. But notice how weak the dollar is and weak the yields are, but the S&P is still also struggling and the actual Russell is negative. So that's a little concerning if you're a bull. You know, you have the backdrop of yields in two massive tailwinds, typically that we've been seeing in the 2021-2022 cycle. When yields fall, usually the markets are ripping. Those two tailwinds are slowly starting to shift and change, and you have to understand why that's changing and what that means. But again, dollar making new lows. VIX is still green. We're still riding an AMD short. Still holding runners on the IWM 192 put, which is in the money. We still have an S&P 500 483.0 DTE put, which we're slightly up on. We secured our 484 puts. Still holding a rig long. Natural gas kind of getting clobbered.
If I would have held, I probably could have got maybe minus 50%.
But it was full contract, so it wouldn't have added up much.
No. And the thing was, I mean, I swung Google and swung the Microsoft, so
NVIDIA is now weakening, guys. I am seeing some distribution and sell-side pressure in NVIDIA. Big 10-minute wick. Apple's curling down. Google's curling down. Bitcoin's looking like it's coming down for another leg. I have Bitcoin support around 42,100. So another few $100 shaving off the price. Apple's falling here, guys. Apple is curling down. Look at Apple. You lose this pivot, and we're going to test probably... I mean, you have a lot of support here on Apple. This is a ton of support. So if you lose this area, you know, it's not a good sign for Apple. You lose that support zone, and I mean, just got to go to a larger term time frame. And I mean, you could come down and fill this gap if you lose that support. I would love to see Apple fill this gap ahead of earnings. That would be absolutely stellar. All right, guys, so we are falling some more here. Still holding those SPY puts. SPY. AMD, we're slightly in the money now.
Such as like Netflix, like I did the Netflix one, that was a little bit pricier. Those contracts were $4, but the implied move on it was worth it. So you gotta factor some things in, but always expect that whatever money you do put out there, just completely go to. You just gotta be okay with it. Tomorrow morning, you know, this is short, zero, whatever.
All right, so the SPY is looking stronger than the Qs right now because you're seeing sell-offs occurring in Google, Meta, NVIDIA. So the SPY is trying to move up, but the QQQ is actually putting in a nasty little bear flag pattern. That's a big bear flag on the Qs. That looks like it's going to break, guys. That looks like it's going to break. A nice little wedge pattern. You maybe can get a push up to the high end of the range, but this is a bearish flag that's forming. And it is looking likely that it wants to break down. If we do a little measured move off of that pattern, let's just see what we get for downside. We can go all the way down to 416. 416. Remember, we have this gap fill in the Qs here. But I mean, this bear flag, if it breaks, you have a target on the Qs of roughly, where are we here? 416 on the Qs. AMD is coming down some more. So look at the difference in the SPY pattern and the QQQ. Big difference. Really big difference. I'm going to watch this Q chart because it's looking a little more bearish to me. Qs are below pre-market low. So your pre-market low is actually 418.66. So Qs are below pre-market low. That's bearish setup. That's bearish territory, guys. Qs below pre-market low is all bearish. Still holding my rig long. Still holding AMD short. SPY puts. NVIDIA is weakening now, guys. NVIDIA is actually looking like it wants to potentially go negative on the session.
Give me a nice bounce so I can play my Donald Trump video for everybody. I'm gonna babble. Exactly.
You get Walmart, boys. Holy shit, man. Should have been on that. Chambers. Or no. Shout out to B-Stacks in my chat.
Yeah, B-Stacks. You guys see that? What Meta said? No, I see nothing. I'm blind. Meta's going to do their own chips for AI. That'll send it. All right. Now we're up 10% on these bad boys.
Let's go.
Give me some more. Give me some. Oh, wait. We're approaching the loft, though.
Yeah, go Walmart.
I know it's hitting yesterday's high. It's like, oh.
All right, big push up in the S&P. Qs are hitting the high end of its range here, high end of the bear range. Still above pre-market low now, so that's bullish. The S&P has had a big push. The S&P is actually lifting the market now and leading this market. It's a big push in the S&P. I just still want to see how the Qs react at the top of this bear wedge pattern. You are trying to get a breakout right now. The dollar's still at the dead lows.
And now the small account is over $6,000. You're above me.
What's up, Benito?
What's up? How we doing?
Apple contest, baby. Apple contest. Here we go. I got it out there. By the way, the new season did start. My team won last season. Yours start now. I need to make a post.
By the way, we just had those.
Were you carried, Evan? Were you carried?
No. I was a part of the carrying.
Oh, what told me that? I guess it wasn't wrong.
I had the 4-8 week bill option too. It just came out a minute ago.
Michael, old banking center and real estate is red.
It's because of that stupid bank yesterday that took on SIVPs.
NYCB. Yeah, it's still minus 13% up today too.
Holy
crap! Intelligent just have earnings or something because they're minus 23%.
I sold a quarter of my position. They did have earnings this morning.
Okay, that's right. There you go, Frankie.
By the way, I pinned it up in the nest above.
Tesla's trying to push up here.
Last week, held to today, you'd have 5,480.
Microsoft is up.
Up in the nest.
Google is up.
Okay. Yeah, my brain didn't comprehend what you said.
I added 2 microblocks.
Oh, you got it.
Tesla's getting a nice big boost here.
Oh, okay, I see.
So this morning, I said my thesis for SPY was to kind of be in a $2 range today. So far from top to bottom, I believe it's like $2.30 or 40 cents. So
QQQ is finding some rejection at that pre-market high here. You can see some sellers are still, pre-market low. You're still seeing some sellers come into the picture there. Again, guys, I'm going to take a high-risk play here. I'm going to take 617 puts, 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. 617, 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. Repeat, 617, 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. Size for loss, super risky, but semis are weak on the session right now. S&P is still trying to push up. Qs are still trying to push up. Back inside this bear range.
10, 15, 30 minutes.
No, it did look good.
Dollar's trying to catch a bid here, guys. So we're picking on semis because the Q is looking more weak, and then you actually have the SMH down and SOXX down. Meta looks like it's coming down some more as well.
Man, I'm really fucking up today, aren't I? Look at Dollar General. Shout out to one of our listeners who knows I love Dollar General. Just pointed that out.
Tesla's getting a nice big rounding formation to the high side.
All the way to like 154.
S&P is making a nice big push. There's a potential head and shoulders on the S&P forming, guys, to SPY. You can see it on your 3-minute chart, your 5-minute chart. I'll actually pull it up here on the SPY, and that's dangerous. If this triggers, there's a potential right shoulder forming. I'm just going to move to the 3-minute chart, and you can see we actually have this rounded top here. Rounded top, left shoulder. This is your right shoulder that's developing. Your neckline is basically here, right at this zone. So pay close attention to this support zone. I'm actually going to draw a channel. So watch that closely. SPY is trying to push though. QQQ, let's see with the Qs. Still in that bear range, just slightly above pre-market low.
Took NQ long for a scalp here. 5-minute CBC flip. I'm just trying to buy the upper half.
Dollar's still selling off, guys. The dollar is still selling. Oil's trying to perk back up. Tesla's still down 0.75%, but it is curling and trying to move up off of the lows. That's a positive sign for now.
Dollar had a run.
Our rig trade is trying to firm up. RIG.
And Walmart's still ripping.
Wally World. I hear the baby out there. Doesn't sound very happy.
You can hear my baby?
Oh, I hear that crying.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's very faint.
I got AirPods in. I can barely hear anything going on out there right now.
My thoughts. I have something to say to you.
So Qs are trying to break out of this little range. Now we can even adjust it to like here.
Which one? Yeah.
SPY is still pushing. NVDA curling up. Tesla still curling up. AMD curling up here.
And I told them that I thought that the market was going to be very violent.
We'll add to our AMD short right at this 168 area.
Basically, you could have bought the lows, sold the lows twice, sold the highs.
168 will add to AMD.
Yes, sir. Yep. There they go. Now they're going to rip to the highs again. Yo, that we go. It's going to pop back up to 485.85, and then it's going to project and come straight back to VWAP, and then we're going to repeat this cycle.
So you don't think we're going to get that 46.26, which is my upper VWAP?
I have 486.21, so potentially.
For the upper VWAP?
Just as one of my key levels.
Fuck your levels. We get protection 5 cents.
Hey, believe it or not, that is
Your levels have been up quite then.
that was high of day.
But,
I did it as well, sir.
I did it.
Come on now, 20-point gain on NQ bombs at those reports. Getting that loss back. Well, you know the rules though. You gotta get to minimum 10 a season.
Fine.
Day one, so you got some time.
My issue last month, and it just stopped me from playing, was the ranges on SPY were ridiculous.
You get partial credit.
Qs are above their pre-market low, trying to get a 10-minute candle confirmation above pre-market low. It still hasn't done that. SPY is well above pre-market low, but it's testing actually almost pre-market high. Still seeing some distribution in NVIDIA in the semis. Meta week hasn't really bounced. Tesla's firmed up a little bit. Still seeing potentially NVIDIA wanting to roll over with Microsoft being stuck at under 404 resistance. That's a big, big level in the 5-minute chart. Dollar's still at the lows, so again, the dollar hasn't bounced at all today. And it's trying to as we speak.
Me too.
Energy stocks are catching a small bid here.
God's name is XP now.
You earn an XP and you get into different what are they, categories or levels.
You unlock different like the features that they have.
Yeah, it's a little more gamified now. It's kind of fun. I like it a lot.
It is what it is, apparently. I'm sorry, I've been so far out of it because.
Thank you for the good.
It's next to the fucking pig. What do you mean?
Exclusive.
Joining you and Shark's team.
We're on top right now, but it's also the first day. So.
I know, but I will be
What
joining.
a fail.
Out of my balance, flat. AJ's coming over to us. I love it.
Yes, sir.
Flat NQ.
Guys,
Paper Kings, Paper Kings.
paper game. Paper game off the weirdest shit right now.
Paper
Yeah.
I knew it.
IWM.
Oh, he's still writing. Go on.
Get back to green. IWM. Green. Come on.
I know just fine.
Take a look at this little channel on the Qs, guys. This pivot to this low pivot, high pivot to low pivot, bounced here. All of this support, and now look, we're hitting the high end of the range. So this is the channel to watch on the Qs.
Shop. I'm still in those $77 co-hosts.
Coin Lotto is now 70%. Nice job there, Narish. Coin is what? Down 1.21% at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's yesterday.
Energy stocks are trying to firm up, so I'm still holding a rig long. We're down about 4 cents on the trade. Still holding that on the long side. Dollar new lows. It's at the dead lows.
CVNA increasing in volume. Your big candle.
Next support on the dollar is at 103.05. That's the 20 daily moving average. 103.05.
Yo, Jordan. See, like trading on ENPH.
Dude. Tried to catch the setup on it a few days ago. I caught a few moves. I don't normally trade it, to be honest.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, I don't. It's like I know it seems like I do, but I actually don't. But past few days, like the past 2 days, hasn't really done it for me. So it's bouncing at the bottom of its consolidation range now. I'm just watching it. Saw some money rotate into energy last week, towards the end of the week, so that's why I was watching it this week. Tried to catch a few plays and made some.
AMD just missed our ad level by 3 cents there. Still looking to add at that pivot.
Keeping hands off until it really wants to pick it up. But yeah, like when phase goes, I like to be in it because it can go. Cause no good.
Yeah, I'm all on profit. Just to get my money back. That's it for me. Right? Pleasure making money with you guys today, and I'll catch you tomorrow to wrap up the week. Love y'all.
Love you, Mabel. Catch you tomorrow, brother.
Love you, mate. Have a good one, brother. Killed it as always.
I'll just post my recap now. I'm going to make his name. Andrew.
Dollar's just getting demolished, guys. You would have expected the markets to rip here. Take a look at the DXY. It just keeps getting demolished, guys. Wow. Look at this.
If you just go to predictogram,
Even regionals have bounced. Jeez.
if you click on like Ace of Sharks, the team, it should be on the top.
So we're going to watch this Dixie because it should bounce shortly here. It's just been getting absolutely slaughtered. On the daily chart, you have support. You actually have support coming up now. You have this little bit of a channel from this pivot low, this pivot high, coming up into some near-term support on the DXY. We'll see if that can firm up a bit. Honestly, the dollar is a trade here via the UUP. It's a day trade long scalp. 10-year yields down 2.25, 2-year yields down 1.14.
Oh, USO potential break. Crudy. What do you guys think about Tesla long term or over the next 3 weeks?
Bitcoin's getting a move up, so Narisha's coin call out is probably going to start to move higher here.
Yeah, I feel AJ there, but I'm watching just from a more, I guess, like just candle method. I'm seeing that we're trying to hold up here, like it's a possible higher low. I threw in a 3-day prediction on it. I think that of it, but I don't know. If we can take a higher low here, and then I don't know tomorrow, like we break and close over today's high of A, that would trigger a bit of a long for me on the daily, but we're still under the daily 9 even if that happens. There's still risk, but if we get a higher low here, I mean that's healthy to me. I'd love to see us try and push and get above that 90 EMA, which is sitting at like 195 right now. Get to fill that gap to the upside. That would also be perfect. But there's just no trigger for it yet. So, but I'm watching closely because I do want to pick up some more shares Tesla before we go back up. I'm just trying to pinpoint the right spot.
Oh yeah, like I sold once earlier this week Tesla, and bro, if you look at the weekly chart, you'll see like we're in a weird falling wedge.
Yeah,
right into a flip level as well. So yeah, I mean I'm personally bullish on it. There's still, if it breaks below, I think it's 182.33, and that's downside all the way to 166, in my opinion.
But yeah, I also hatched my portfolio with some.
I'll be right back, guys.
QQQ flipped. Made that QQQ.
Alright guys, so I just added to my AMD short. I did just add to my AMD short here at 168.45. 168.45. It's breaking through that little channel. Basically that takes us to 167.85 average. We're actually above that resistance. We're through this little channel as well. Dollar still hasn't caught any sort of bounce. It's still weak on the session. Qs are still in this range.
Where's garlic? Bishop, did you share with garlic the short thesis on Shop and TDD and HubSpot? Or no?
What?
The short thesis on the marketing company?
No.
The Google read through. Did you not? I thought you were a short Shop.
Oh, short Shopify? Sorry, yeah. I got it yesterday.
Now he's long.
No fundamental. Well, TTD is the short. I wanted it long earlier, but I feel like the marketing companies, it's a short-term short on the Google read-through, failing on the marketing revenue side.
Ooh, I had a rough day yesterday. How's it doing?
Okay.
NVDA getting a candle.
It'll be a buy soon. Okay.
Yeah, the market caps. Let's take a look at that.
Intraday, the dollar is extremely oversold, trading at a 17 RSI on the 10-minute chart. Very, very oversold. Notice how the markets have not pushed in new highs yet, despite the dollar making well new lows. It's a little concerning because, again, if we see the dollar bounce at some point, and at some point it's going to bounce today. The dollar will bounce at some point today.
How much bigger do you think?
AMD is continuing to. I'm not going to edit that pivot. I'll wait for.
I don't think she is she?
Yeah. We're about 200 billion larger.
That's so dumb. I just don't see it.
At this point last year, it was around, give or take, $700-800 billion larger.
Yeah.
If Amazon has a shitty report, NVIDIA will be bigger than.
That's crazy. Yeah, that don't make sense to me.
I mean, but NVIDIA rarely makes sense. So there's that too.
Like, I know they're a great company, but yeah, that don't make sense to me.
Great company. So there's that.
You're a great company. You're a great company to have.
You're a great company. I concur.
You're a great company to go short on.
Damn. That's
Short into the ground.
Short dark market news.
That's rough.
Hard short.
Hard short.
Full port.
A couple names aren't participating in this little movement here. I was looking at Google and it's not. I guess for the most part are. Meta's pulling back a tiny bit here, actually.
I think he's in like a W or some sort of freaking pattern here. Yeah, so I have a question, and I know Shark just posted it again, but what do you guys think about Facebook deploying their in-house custom chips?
We'll see. We have to see how they are first.
Yeah.
It might be as relevant as Amazon. Amazon deploying their in-house switching solution 4 years ago. Or was it 10 years ago now?
Amazing.
It's tough to keep up with those top names.
I'm gonna try a little
Seems
short
like
here.
companies can do it. Dude, this Apple contest, pretty much everyone is putting in short predictions.
Really?
It's actually mixed now, but like the last 15 of them bearish, but a little bit past that they were bullish. I would say it's at least 65-70% people think downside for Apple earnings.
All right, so just to summarize things here, we still have an SPY put option, 430 DT puts. I still have runners on a Russell put. We secured half. I still have an AMD short here that we're slightly out of the money. It's a half position short. And we have an NVDA. We took an NVIDIA 617 0DT put, slightly down on the trade. Actually down quite substantially, but it's starting to come back in now.
Bishop
Market.
got dropped. Bish.
41.6 DWAC. Market is going crazy. Mara up. Let's take a look at DWAC.
What did I just read? Snapchat is recalling and refunding every drone it ever sold.
Bye-bye.
My whole freaking camp is sick, man. I'm sick now too.
Yeah,
Anyone know
DWAC
what
looks
sickness
like
is
it
going
wants
on?
to push higher here.
No.
Breaking base
Alright.
above this
I've heard a
previous
lot of
support
people-
zone.
A lot of people are getting COVID right now.
On a college campus. I've never had COVID.
Oh, on a college campus, it's probably herpes.
Probably the class.
Oh shit, bro. Hold on.
Wait.
I think I'm just a certified G.
What happened?
Don't get COVID, man. It's crazy. I thought I had it once, but all the tests have been negative. So.
No.
I'm just made of steel, I guess.
Yeah, Mara flipped positive, right? It went from red to green.
Times.
Has tried making a little bit of a bullish reversal here.
Yeah. And I took the vaccines.
I will say that baby paper doesn't seem to be sick.
It's not.
Mama Gaines got that RSV vaccine when she was preggo, and we are both quite ill.
So the dollar is actually trying to firm up here. The DXY is trying to firm up a little bit.
Interesting.
That one like stays that way.
Yeah, I've never had any of the shots either, so we're just free balling. Free balling, no shots, never had COVID.
Who's to the
That's kind of crazy. I should be a case study.
Who's to the upside? Ooh, I-dubs. If she can crack, she needs to crack this 193.45 with
Cracking I-dubs. Go, baby. SPY.
Looking into USO puts.
Is 5 out of
Oh, nice.
out of the
So
range?
SPY is above pre-market high. That's bullish. SPY is above pre-market high. Qs are still stuck in this little channel. It is trying to get above it right now. There's big resistance. If you get through that, your next resistance is really going to be this pivot, but more so this little resistance box. We'll see, though. The dollar is trying to slow down and stabilize here.
I don't know what time it is. Stock market used that big short that I was talking about earlier. They might be able to help you out on timing of it.
Oops.
What?
YouTube Music now has 100 million premium subscribers.
Big push on the SPY there.
Includes free trials.
Look at this healthcare stuff, dude. Even Merck is rippy. And Marquette.
Our rig is starting to firm up even more now. Bitcoin's pushing. Amazon's curling down. Microsoft, Google, Meta curling down. Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA trying to curl up.
Paper. Look at this.
Yes. What happened?
I wonder, do we reject and stay in the range, or is this motherfucker trying to trendy?
What's that?
Spio.
Oh. No, today?
Yeah, look at her right now.
Oh, yeah, no.
I don't look like she wants to trend her up.
Trend her up.
Don't you know, trended up.
I thought we were going to keep it in the range, to be honest, but this is like a
Yields have actually started to bounce on the 2-year and the 10-year. So you might see small caps start to react negatively. Yields are starting to firm up here, guys. I'm still short AMD. I'm still holding NVDA 0DT617 put. Still holding a SPY put option. That one's going against us. Qs are trying to push up here, breaking out of the range. Bearish range. It's a big, big move.
Of the dump that Jordan caught.
Yeah, literally, this is the exact opposite of what I got.
Yep. No, I took the 30 points and took them off.
Coin calls double now. Yep, good job there, Nareesh. Coin has moved up. Mara is positive up 1%. Coin was down a couple percent. Now it's trying to flip from a red to green reversal. New high of day for the SPY.
If SPY hits 487, I'm going short.
Oh, shit. I was mega wrong, bro. I did not think we were going to do this.
You make a phone.
I was mega wrong. Damn. Fuck. I mean, I didn't think we were going to just dump, but I didn't think we were going to trend. I mean, we're trending now. Fuck.
It's okay. I did with that candle.
So the dollar may trying to test a new low of day, and you have the SPY pushing for a high of day. So things are firming up here at the moment. We're just still stuck in that FOMC range. If I flip to the SPY, you can see we're now trying to get above that FOMC range. We're above this little resistance here, your previous lows. And we're into this FOMC chop again. It's a big chop on the FOMC.
I'm with you, Shark. I suck balls.
Nah, you had to hold on. That was a great candle at the bottom.
Oh, if we bounce off the top of this megaphone, Jordy, yeah, it's rippy. But,
Very rippy.
Actually, just going to draw in this channel. This is your FOMC range.
But it's a scale.
I just put my SPY chart there at the top of
No,
spaces.
I put it.
Well, yeah, but your chart doesn't look like my chart.
Casey, affirm.
Everything is flying up to the high side right now. Meta, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, everything. As the dollar's making new lows, things are starting to rip here.
Oh, yeah. Affirm.
Shop 77 calls in the money.
It's 47.20. Where paper's got that little blue line on the one that he pinned.
What a field. Dang. Freaking bottom called affirm.
Nah, you a hoe.
Was that right where not sold is sold?
Nah. But probably close enough.
Walmart setting up another bull flag.
You and I don't want to look at. I don't want to look at my Netflix because I sold calls earlier. Oh no, I'm good.
Coin is a monster. Yes, it is. It's going green, and momentarily, coin will be green momentarily.
Holy, but
Tesla's trying to almost go green on the session as well.
Short side.
Oh, what? Casey, I got a question about target on Roblox. Casey, target for Roblox.
Target upside or downside?
I don't know.
Oh.
What do you mean? Did you open something?
I am at Roblox.
Yeah.
You want me to spill you my secrets?
A little bit of an inverted head and shoulders triggering on Apple.
I know.
Bullish breakout on Apple is being tested right now.
Yeah.
It's actually breaking out on the 5-minute chart. So it's a bullish pattern on Apple.
Target 39.70.
My top $40, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he'll scale at 39.70. It'll be close enough for government work. Scale.
This implies Apple could rally about 1.4%. Now, is it going to do that today? Most likely not, but the pattern on Apple has triggered some upside bias.
No, so if it breaks and holds above 39.41 and it does pop up to 39.75, yeah, I'll probably look into just take some profits here. I can add more into this position. It's still light size, but yeah, if it does reclaim and get back up there, I'll lock in some gains. Holy shit, a firm. That was fire.
You can see Apple breaking out of this little range.
So I am 3 for 3 on swinging IWM calls. I am now a professional swing trader.
Let's go.
I hate swing trading.
You're not bad, dude. Not too bad.
But when I see just on the hourly and like
Rig is firmed up,
setups
so
like
that is one of our longs. AMD is still pushing.
Right there at that point where it's
NVIDIA,
great.
everything's still pushing. Microsoft's seeing some sellers again at this 404.20 area.
Rewards there, you gotta swing it.
Coin almost positive on the session. AMD's flipped green.
Was the one AMD popping up here.
Dollar at the lows.
I think NVIDIA's still running.
Meta's had a really big pop.
IDEX for the recovery.
Big push up on the Qs. Really big push on the Qs.
Everything popping.
Zoom doing a small number of layoffs.
Yeah, I just saw that 150.
Again, dollar at the lows.
Spot coming into resistance at 487.17.
Zoom has around 8,500.
We can look for a retest buy on Apple since it's triggered a bullish pattern.
1.7% of the workforce. 1.8%. ZM? Yeah, not much. Shouldn't look too much.
What's she doing? Oh, it's got volume, just no movement.
So again, we're just now in the FOMC range. Remember, this is your big bear range. Argue to say, here's your...
But no movement.
Another story that Google is starting a limited test of generative AI tools in Maps. So I think that will end up being a big focus for them going forward. Watch out.
Alright guys, I just added to AMD there at 169.12. That's the third entry. That brings us up to 168.35.
CVNA gonna do it. She's still got a way to go. Alright, at 47.36. Some violent 5-minute candles today.
Dollar making new lows, guys.
Go shop, go. If I go great today at shop, I might shit my pants. Should be no reason why I go green today.
You know, I'm looking across the board. Like, I'm looking at Microsoft, Meta, Google.
Semis have turned green across the board.
Apple. Like,
Semiconductors have turned green across the board. Dollar still trending lower. No real bounce in the dollar yet, guys. No real bounce in the dollar. It's getting super, super extended.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
Now hitting some support here on the dollar.
At all.
TSCO calls are mooning. TSCO.
Oh, thank you, Future Scalp. You're amazing.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a big,
My stop back up.
big technical breakout there. As long as you hold above these highs here, that's a beautiful technical breakout.
Rejection there. Top of the zone.
Right above that.
That's a strong chart, actually. That's a very strong chart. That's going to probably take out these all-time highs.
Man, I just finished my recap too, but I just scalped a futures trade.
Nice find there. You'll have some resistance here.
I just said short spy. That wasn't really like a... No, that's technically...
But that's a big technical breakout on earnings. Volume coming in. So if you hold above here, which is around 233.50-ish today on a daily close, that's a big technical breakout on Tractor Supply there. And that should push for new all-time highs. Nice find there, Narish. Keep that on your watch.
So if we have a second, I just got an interesting DM. I won't say it's from, but the question is a 50K brokerage account enough to find financial freedom? If so, how? Question mark options, question mark futures, question mark dividends, question mark Friday bounces, Wall Street bets. My thought process here in answering this question would be, if you're asking that, you're probably new to this game, and I would personally start in the less risky areas and then move yourselves down into those risky areas. I personally start in like ETFs and individual stocks, and then maybe you want to do futures and options after that. And I would also say, don't be afraid to start with a tiny amount or start with paper trading as you're really learning and doing all this stuff. But
Scaling more of the short.
Agreed.
You're 100% right.
I definitely agree with that, Evan. And then also, I mean, if they really, I don't suggest starting with that amount, especially if you're
No.
but if they really wanted to do something with that amount.
So the dollar's seeing its first green candle in the last 90 minutes. First 10-minute green candle in the last 90 minutes.
I would look into safer strategies. Again, selling puts on something and collecting premium.
NVIDIA is creating a rising wedge pattern on the 10-minute chart.
Well,
If you're already buying.
technically, it just puts them back into equity if it goes against.
Selling calls if you own it.
Bitcoin new high of day. Bitcoin new high of day.
If you're just selling, but
Coin and Merit are going to fly. Coin's only up slightly green. Merit's up 2.5. You'll see if Coin plays some sympathy trades.
that you're legitimately buying already at that level already. Otherwise, you get stuck in the. I sold the 200 put on Tesla over earnings because I thought I could get, $5 premium, and then it dumped $20 on earnings, and I'm freaking out because I've now drawn down, 300% on my short put, and I don't know what to do.
What do we do?
yeah,
That's what happens if they freak out.
is start small. You want to blow up your account with a tiny bit. But generally, what's going to end up happening the more you try it.
So we're just in FOMC range on the S&P 500 here. AMD's continuing to push up.
$50,000, 3 years in, when everything's going well.
And I'm personally someone, and I know half of the people on here and half of the people that are actively trading, and people that are not even on social media that have been traders for years and years and years and years, have definitely blown up an account at one time or another.
Or 10 account.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to blow up all the time because
there is a lot of lessons to be learned, and you want to do those. If you want to do real money, like if you want a true experience and not do it with paper, because it is a total different thing doing it with paper money and with your own money.
you should start with paper. Once you get good at entries and exits, and you're consistent
come
with that.
over to paper space. We'll help you out.
But no, if
Start
you
with paper.
start with paper trading.
He'll run a course.
Once you're
Teach you how
good,
to do it.
okay. Once you're good at executing, like once you get your, because you're not going to have your psychology. Try and do it as close to follow your rules as close as possible with paper trading, and then once you're consistent there and you feel like, oh shit, I can be making money, deposit a few $100 or like $1,000, not your 50,000, and trade with small positions to see, to have a little bit of skin in the
There
game.
it is, 4 points.
You'll start to learn that psychology part. Until you're able to get the psychology down with a couple $100, you're not gonna be able to do 50K again.
What they meant was trade with paper.
Like paper gains.
Yeah. Oh, because by the way, we are gonna totally revamp the whole broker here, and we will. One last thing for the group.
I wish I meant paper earlier. Fuck,
Paper's the man.
I would have just taken classes from paper. Fuck, when I was starting. Seriously.
Dollar's trying to put in a little bit of a reversal here, guys. Dollar is trying to put in a reversal.
If anybody's short SPY with me, off 487, be scaling here.
Nah, I don't feel like it.
Shout out Bueller,
Nice
though.
short.
Bueller taught me pretty much the basics.
Hey, you just gotta learn it from somewhere. Whether it's on your own, whether it's by a mentor.
So, Bueller's a certified G. Fucking love that guy. I wish he hopped on Spaces more, but I know he does his own live stream and everything, so.
Yeah.
He absolutely kills it. Such a smart guy and seasoned trader.
Yeah.
That's my dog.
All right, I'm all out. Very, very nice short there on futures. Or if you took SPY.
Everybody in my chat was like, "Oh my God, Casey shorting SPY," and then like 5 minutes later now, you're like, "Oh, you know, SPY's come down, you're green," and they're like, "Dude, Casey's in the zone." Like, yeah, Casey's been in the zone since twins were born, bro. Like, something, literally, God put a magical spell on fucking Casey and was like, "Here you go, son. We're gonna make you just absolutely amazing."
Bitcoin is absolutely just flying here above 43,000. Bitcoin is flying here.
It's definitely been a
Nice call there, Nareesh, on your coin trade. Look at this thing rip.
everything. I mean, just my life in general, ever since the twins were born, and it was kind of nice though that we had our daughter first because, like,
Wait, CNBC's Josh Brown buys NYCB. Is that a ticker?
Yeah, that's New York.
Sorry, Casey.
Oh, no, you're good. I just saw the notification.
So notice how Apple's retesting support here. It has triggered this little inverted head and shoulders. We'll see if it can push up off of this level.
But our daughter taught us how to be parents. So when we came home with the twins, like, we weren't freaking out. Like, we already kind of had an idea of what to do. And I don't know, ever since they were born, like, my trading's been, like, just more consistent for whatever reason.
Who's your favorite kid, Casey?
Me.
My favorite kid is my son.
Wow, you have a favorite? That's fucked up.
I do.
So the first time the dollar's trying to bounce here, guys, off of support, putting in a little 10-minute bottoming tail, reversal. You often get the retest lower.
Oh, yes. Yes, I included the pets. I even included the dog and the cat in that list.
Were the pets higher than the kids?
So, yes. No, I'm not. Okay.
But he's the least favorite.
I'm actually the favorite child, but that's besides the point.
They tell that to all their children.
No, my favorite in the house is
So you can see the correlation between the DXY, so SPY and DXY, pretty much SPY put in a high as the DXY put in a low. Clear correlation is still being observed. Still inside that FOMC chop range.
I used to not like cats.
You can see that.
For a couple years, and I love them.
There's a new little parallel channel that I just noticed on the SPY.
I've been around cats. It's not that I don't like them. It's just I would prefer a dog over a cat.
Oh, 100%. My grandmother used to have this coffee table.
You are technically holding above these pivot support zones here.
I mean, my dogs are just went all over.
But this little parallel channel from high to high to high to high just rejected there, and you have your double bottom low there.
But if you ever hear screaming in the background in this house, it is always one of the three girls. It's never my son, so he's my favorite.
Were you 4?
One of the three. I have 3 kids.
You said one of the 3 girls, and then you said.
Oh, sorry. Yes, including my fiance in that list.
Gotcha.
She's loud too.
Threw me off there.
The females in the house are very, very. Yo, who's in this fucking short though? Yeah.
Like, trying to change the topic. Don't change the topic.
She's listening right outside the door. I have to act like I'm trading.
Microsoft seeing some heavy selling pressure off that 404 area again. Bitcoin rejecting at 43,000 at the moment.
Frankie. I told you he's going to stay inside the box today. It's a megaphone, but it's top to bottom, It broke out of my personal range, but the next zone above the highest is 387, and I just used the next level above it, which is 387.36. Took the short at 387. Never went to that next level, stayed short, and it just freaking dumped straight back into the middle of the zone.
Seeing Meta, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft all curling down. NVIDIA is still holding at the highs, Tesla off of the lows, Apple still testing that neckline breakout, but a lot of curling down action in 1, 2, 3, 4 of the big mega caps.
Yeah, I scalped this short there.
QQQ is back under pre-market high.
Let me update my recap now.
Well, that was 100 points in that.
There you go. I don't even know what that means.
No, like from where we purchased that.
Oh, the calls.
From where we purchased calls, NQ went up 100 points. I mean, I sold up. I averaged about.
We both sold early. You held it longer than I did, though. So you got a nice portion.
Yeah, I averaged about 36 points on the whole thing, but which is that's a great trade, but.
Yeah, I sold right leading into basically the 485 because it was my VWAP. I wasn't expecting just
did the VWAP.
I would probably think about closing the short here.
Yeah, I'm close. I closed them. Yep. Look at my chart at the top. It hit the top yellow line and it came back down to the
first chart
to the red line right there in the middle at 486.53. It's easy. But for those that
the blue line, it says 47.20. Look at the top.
That was some fuckery this morning, I'll tell you that.
US. But I didn't exactly get it too high.
That was close as fuck.
Close enough.
Where'd you get that level from?
What? It was the private structure. It would be
Yeah,
it is from all week.
Well, that level meant nothing yesterday.
Yes, it did.
No, it did not.
Yes, it did. Look at where we chopped all day yesterday at the low. And then
no, we chopped at my level of 487.36.
Then look at Monday's low.
Dollar's still trying to push back up here, guys. The DXY is trying to push.
Friday. In the morning and in the afternoon. And then look at Thursday. With the seller stepped in and where they were bouncing. And then,
Very close indeed. For those that don't know, when Frank said that from the bottom to the top there on NQ for the 100 points, that is $2,000 gain per contract.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
So if you understand why I prefer futures sometimes over options, it's because of things like that.
like that.
If you can snipe the bottom and snipe the top, like if I would have taken NQ instead of ES here, let me see.
Do you remember when not Josh was going long yesterday at 487? He was like, oh, there's this big volume shelf.
I would be up 30 points right now.
All right, so it looks like the market's getting a little bit heavier here. I do anticipate that the SPY, if we lose this area, it should retest the EMA 113, which is sitting at 485.72. And if you lose the EMA on the 1 minute chart, you're going to test the low end of the range here. You've just been chopping now. You're still in that FOMC range. You're still in that FOMC range. If you hold here, you could actually push all the way up to 489. So we're at a big kind of inflection point for the markets. One thing I am seeing is semis are starting to weaken a little bit again. You know, you look at Apple too. Apple's potentially losing this little breakout trend line of its inverse head and shoulders. It's still technically okay. You're in support. So maybe it firms up. Microsoft, that's coming down a little bit, potentially losing this consolidation range. Loses this range, and it might want to test 402.50. Looking at Google. Google's also selling off here, breaking a range, putting in a new low of day. That's not good. You look at Meta. Meta's also struggling now. So it's really Apple and NVIDIA firming things up. Meta getting rejected at this previous support zone that we had. So that one looks to be coming down some more. You look at Amazon. That's curling down now as well. Putting a little bit of a 1 minute bear flag right on the EMA 113.
Who's your least favorite? I said it in front of him.
If we look at NVIDIA, that one's holding up okay. That one's putting in potentially some bullish consolidation. Tesla. Tesla's right above that EMA 113, also potentially putting in a nice little flag pattern.
She doesn't like you either.
She loves me, she just doesn't listen.
AMD, we're almost green on the trade. I do anticipate a retest on AMD back down to this 167.20-ish area.
Next level down.
Qs are losing pre-market high.
I mean, SPY's moving down, but like it moved like 4 cents.
486.2.
Yeah, Q's dropped 30 cents already, and SPY dropped
4.
literally like you said, 6 cents.
Oh, what's the Q? What's NQ?
NQ's at 44, down
So
from
88. Yeah, I would have been in at 85. So 40 points, so $800 per contract. Yeah, this is
Align calls, bottom hunting. You know, I never ever scooped them. I know you did give the signal. I did not scoop them. You tag that EMA 113. It's a nice little find. Bottom hunting. It is trying to move up here.
Dude, I went all the way up to Fed yesterday.
But I mean, there's a lot of sellers in that bar, so just be careful with that. It is moving up nicely off of the lows, so nice job on that trade there, Nareesh. That's beautiful. What type of a swing was this anyway? Let me just see. I don't even know what the... So gap up. Wow. Okay, so that was a pretty big gap up in reversal. Wow, 15% gap up. A little bit more actually, and then now you've had a bounce of roughly 3%. Nice trade there. Nice trade there.
yes.
Dude, I'm halfway tempted to buy me some deposit.
You're potentially getting a bearish crossover of the short-term 3-minute and EMA 113 on the 5-minute AMD chart. You got the crossover here, and it yielded downside, so watching that closely. 300 plus coming by next week. Yeah, there's a potential. I mean, I'm watching that daily chart breakout. The daily chart officially on a technical basis has not broken out. I'm watching it closely.
I'm long NQ.
Apple, Microsoft coming down. Semis are still holding firm.
Here she comes. I hear her. Here comes Casey's third favorite. Oh, here she comes. Busting in. Hello.
Hi.
You want to come say hi? Come here. Hi, brother.
Well, if we're going to talk about favorites, whale's my least favorite. Because it smells.
Yeah, you've been consistently saying that. People are going to think I actually smell.
You do? What do you mean?
I know.
No, I can stay. He smells like shit.
I do. It's because I just go in my pants.
Nah, he's the perfect man. Arguably. I couldn't say that really sick. The perfect man. And if he's perfect, that means he doesn't smell.
But it's still arguable.
Yep.
We're talking about Will.
That's great.
When aren't we talking about Will?
TFT, of course. Why would you talk about everything else?
Upstart can go crazy.
Spine coming lower.
Watch TFC.
UPST. Let's see UPST.
Why is it coming on?
Yeah, that's actually looking nice.
Financial core.
That's looking very nice, actually.
Squiggly. What is the squiggly again? Let's see.
Jordan, you know what the problem with live streaming every single day is?
What?
I can tell when you're wearing the same thing.
Every day.
That's okay. That's okay. I don't give a fuck. This is a brand new sweatshirt, baby. I don't give a shit.
My squiggly is apparently the slow conviction EMA signal, whatever.
So if you get above this area here on UPST 32, call it the high 32.24, this thing will rip. I'll only go long then. I mean, you can chance this. You can try to chase this breakout here, but I am seeing S&P break down a little bit. Seeing the VIX push up a little bit. But that chart, I mean, we get above this area here, these two little pivot zones here. This big breakdown point. And yeah, Upstart can rip. That's for sure. But until then, I'm just remaining on the sidelines. Trade it safe, but it is putting in a nice little flag pattern. Nice consolidation. Volume is starting to increase a little bit here.
For them, yeah.
But for like usually
just repeatedly down.
Yeah, for years they were just either flat or down, and then they.
So you just got the bearish crossover on AMD of the 3-day and the EMA 113. We just had that intraday crossover yesterday here. It should yield more downside, guys. The one thing that's keeping the semis up is SMCI just absolutely ripping here.
Ever since then, it was just dumping both of them, and then it started coming back. But they lowered their dividend at a certain point too, which was why most people had AT&T in their portfolio for a while.
SMCI just absolutely flying to the high side here.
In my portfolio my portfolio is enlarged. I wish I added a lot more to it years ago, but I plan to obviously keep doing that. But getting back to it, yeah, I had them and I took them out.
Hope you like my picks here. How about Natgas, the Widowmaker? Let me know when to stop. No, you can keep calling out your picks. I appreciate all the picks and suggestions. You know, more eyes on the market, the better. We're kind of all in here together. Mara, look at my target from this morning. Yeah, Mara's up 5%. It's a monster move. Monster move.
CBC on 5 minutes still says bearish, but we've been.
I was short it earlier in the morning, and I had that protection stop loss in place. We took profits on half of the SMCI short, and then we put a protective stop in the money, and that trade is closed. So we were short at 562.50. We covered at 556.50 for half the position, and then we put in a 561 stop loss, which was hit quite a while ago. SMCI is still pushing. Meta coming down, Google coming down, so things are looking like they want to break down some more.
For anyone wondering, I'm drinking a Celsius right now.
I'm not
Let's
wondering.
go. I bought more shares.
Yeah, just saying.
I wasn't wondering.
Oh, I just bought a case of this new one called Cosmic 5. It's like a fruit punch. That shit's really good.
I'm having kiwi guava. It's fine.
That one's pretty good.
I got a 2-pack of that and then, well, like a 12-pack with 2 flavors of that and orange. I don't like orange. Orange.
to have is the war torch. But all right, that's it for me.
Yeah, Meta is certainly overstretched. You know, it's risky going into earnings. I feel like they want to pop Meta one more time just to shake out, but you're lofty. Fundamentally, technically, you're super lofty here. AbbVie calls pumped. Yeah, healthcare's been very strong. Healthcare has been strong, and that's a little bit of an indication to something in the market, guys.
Yep. Later. Love you, bye.
Healthcare strong is telling us something.
Yes, sir. Anything for you, baby?
Wait, did you just say yes, sir?
All right, AMD, we're basically flat on that AMD trade. Still holding short AMD. We just took out the bearish crossover on the 5-minute chart. SPY is still holding up. NVIDIA is still holding up. SMCI is still pushing.
You have like a yes, sir on the soundboard.
Bitcoin's getting rejected at 43,000. Line calls doubled already. Tesla's starting to curl over. The VIX is starting to uptick here and push higher. The VIX is starting to uptick.
I just like it.
That's your favorite one, you said?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Dollar's still weak, pretty much at the lows of the session.
Something about that. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Reach, not with Google Ugly Report. They both depend on ad revenue. Yeah, they do.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The late one.
I don't know. I'm gonna trade anymore.
Oh, I'm done. I did end the day actually on a good note, so that's good. 150 from that loss that I posted. But overall, I'm a piece of shit.
You said it. I was thinking it.
No, I know.
All right, guys, a big collapse on oil is starting to occur. A big collapse in oil.
Yes, sir. Let's see here. I mean, look at Team Bullish Wolves. Just absolutely unbelievable.
Enjoy the first day. He won't be up there for long.
What a crew. I mean, what a crew.
Watch out, we're coming though. Whale's gonna start predicting tomorrow. It's gonna be insane.
If you were relying on Whale, I'm so sorry.
AMD is falling sharply here, guys. That's looking good. Oil's falling sharply. AMD is falling sharply.
I didn't want to break it down.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna Whatever the next line is. Chemical.
How's the volume today on the stocks that report after the close? Apple, Amazon, and Facebook.
I think there's some volume. They're half of yesterday's candle so far.
You know, it's funny seeing you guys debating over Google. They're Dang Dang and Arish. That's the beautiful thing that makes a market here, right? You guys both have different opinions, and that's where arbitrage and opportunity lies, in between both people's opinions. That's why we have the ability in the stock market to make and lose money, because people have different opinions, and we have to accept that. You know, someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong. The numbers don't lie at the end of the day.
Everyone go and make sure you buy 2 Vision Pros.
It's too late.
All right, so SPY's trying to push up, but we are seeing some weakness still in.
Well, for next quarter.
That's correct.
Imagine if they could say, like, hey, we sold 20 billion.
Yeah, CVNA is pumping. It's up. It was up way more. I mean, it hit a high of roughly 223. This one is just one of those long-term holds, I believe, that I think we could see it push all the way back up to about, if things go well, according to my analysis and research, I think we could see CMD one day up to about $7 to $10. That would not surprise me.
Apple's not my largest holding anymore, so, you know, it would be nice if they had some good earnings and it bumped it up enough that it was again.
Yeah, Microsoft's been running a little bit. I think it's like 150, something like that, billion over Apple now.
Yeah, it's a decent amount in my portfolio as well now. Because it was like neck and neck when Apple was like in the 190s and Microsoft was like under 400. Ooh, CBC's trying to flip bullish. And we do have a little bit of bull flaggy boo.
Not a bull flaggy poo. Take a guess, how much revenue do you think Bing, Microsoft owned Bing, brought in last quarter?
No, but
3.2 billion. That's insane. It's a lot more than I would have thought. You map looking pretty nice.
yeah, Apple getting a nice bounce right now because you're talking about it.
Yeah, you know, I've also been down. I'm still down on CMND. I've been down 60%, but that's one that you should be able to sit through a drawdown of, 70, 80%. It's a very speculative play, biotech. You know, it revolves around the cocaine trials that they're doing, and they're having really positive clinical results as of now. But this one could easily run up. We could be up, one day down 50%, and then you could see it pop up 2, 3, 4, 5, 600% in one day. But I mean, that's such a tiny percentage of my portfolio that I'm not even really too concerned about it. S&P moving up, AMD moving down. They're trying to firm up right now.
IWM's getting some legs here finally. SPY as well. Oh, this bull flag looks strong. The issue is it's a pretty big bounce.
NVIDIA's ripping higher here.
Yeah. So how much further
Tesla, NVDA, Microsoft all catching a bid. SPY's pushing up as the dollar is weakening.
From the bottom where it just bounced in the flag, it would need a 70-cent bounce just to get to the top of the pole. We're at that upper band right above. Same G on that. Looks like we're getting that top of the pole. Let's see if we break it.
Don't come.
Yeah, SPY surprised me today. Very nice.
SPY is going for a new high. Notice how AMD is selling, but SPY is pushing. A little bit of relative weakness in AMD. Remember, AMD was the one semiconductor that was negative on the session.
Oh my God, are we gonna go?
The market is rallying here because oil is actually breaking down. Oil is now down 1.73%.
Friday's gonna be fun.
Big setup on the 15-minute chart of Mara.
Or did we just? Oh, we can still get it. We can still get it. We got it.
We got it.
Yeah, it's trying. Dollar's weak, yield's weak, so it's trying. S&P new high of day.
Wow. I guess that bull flag was a real bull flag.
Yeah. Very nice.
Damn. Alexa, play We Like to Party. You're welcome to all of the listeners.
How do I put a picture? Jordan, how do I put a picture into that? Okay, so did you tweet it yet?
Yeah, dang, I try to answer when I can. I know I'm still holding a swing on that name, swing short on that name, so this is just a specific day trading stream. I don't really like to talk about our member swing trades in here, but from the occasional time I will. I'll try to do it discreetly, but I'll try to do my best. But the position page is usually updated every 2 days or so. So as long as the position's still there, I'm still holding it in most cases. But this stream, I specifically just talk about my day trades usually. I don't mention my member swing trades. Because that's kind of the premium material that you guys pay for.
Let's see if I'm correct on that with. I'll use Transpider and draw some trend keys. Yeah, I'm pretty correct on that.
So Bitcoin's getting rejected at 43,000, guys. Bitcoin is getting rejected at 43,000.
So far for the entirety of the day. Doesn't mean we won't break that trend and go even higher. This is it, right here.
So big breakout in the S&P here. Apple, Microsoft making a bullish reversal. NVIDIA, Google, Meta AMD lagging. AMD lagging.
I can try to tune you out on decent.
Trying to send you a spoon so you can try it.
Big push up in the indices here, guys. Big push up.
Oh damn, we go.
The oil market is just tagging the 20-day moving average. AMD is still diverging from the market. So if the market gets a pullback, AMD should flush here. So we are short AMD. Our SPY put is absolutely demolishing us. But again, that was size for loss. We did cover that 484 0DT down here for a nice win. 483 put is definitely against us.
I'm excited that these earning decks to close.
Look at Airbnb. I'm looking at a 160 target. So I actually got some good news on Airbnb. Yesterday, I actually have some Airbnb rentals that I manage. And basically, I got a notification that Airbnb is raising their prices across the international booking market by 2%. So I'm actually liking Airbnb. You have a nice setup here on the daily chart. You can arguably say you have a little inverted head and shoulders forming. Left shoulder head. This would be your right shoulder, almost a cup and handle. This one does look strong. This one does look strong. I think Airbnb can move higher here.
That'd be $4.2 million in sales. That'd be nothing, which is a crazy assessment. What if everyone in here bought 50 Vision Pros?
You know, the one level I'm watching on Airbnb is this trend line that we're into right now. As long as you stay above that, I remain bullish, and this chart does look like it wants to head higher. You do have earnings coming up. Notice the SPY on the daily chart now hitting the top of this parallel channel, almost recovering all of yesterday's losses. Super impressive, eh? Super impressive. Look at that move.
Okay, sorry. $1.40.
Yeah, so dang day trades, usually I do them live here on YouTube. Sometimes I'll put them in the chat for members if I think that they can get in and get out pretty quickly. Just understand that day trades happen a lot faster. You know, I could be in and out of a trade very quickly. And just keep in mind that there is a slight delay on this YouTube stream. There's a 10-second delay, so keep that in mind when day trading. There's a short latency delay that I don't really have the power to change, so just understand that. But yeah, day trades generally just happen on the stream here.
It's ultra cray. Celsius.
Oh, yeah.
Did you buy some?
The stock or the drink?
Well, I know you bought the drink.
I bought like a token share of the stock, just so I could say I own it.
And like a token share of Netflix.
Well, the Netflix one was I would call that one like a small, tiny position where like Celsius is like a token share. Like Celsius is nothing, Netflix is next to nothing, but there's something there. I bought a little bit.
It's almost nothing.
I think it's like 5x of what I did on the Celsius. But I'm down 10% on that token Celsius buy, and I'm 25% on the Netflix buy. So
Did you buy just now, right?
no. I bought like a couple weeks, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It's 7.
I mean, it's worth another token or two.
So SPY is into a short zone here. You have hit some really good resistance.
It was worth it.
Really good resistance here. I'm still just holding my AMD short. This is the trend I'm watching on AMD.
We'll see if it brings me out anything.
I like tokens. They're shiny. They can be shiny.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Alright guys, so the markets are starting to come in a little bit here. SPY making new high, getting rejected, closing inside your previous high. I'm still short AMD here. Looking for a break of this trend line. Still holding SPY puts, AMD short. NVIDIA put, that's gone against us quite substantially. Hopefully we can get some downside to get those contracts a little bit less down on us. But AMD is working well here. You are into some support on AMD, so we could see a bounce here. I'm actually going to look to cover half right here, 167.05. I just covered half of the AMD short position, and I'm going to ride the other half, just like SMCI day trade, with an in-the-money stop. Okay, so we covered half, and I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on my AMD trade right around, let's actually lower it to this pivot, 167.93. So just adjust that accordingly. Stops are in the money. I am seeing the dollar putting in kind of a double bottom here. So dollar is putting in a little bit of a double bottom potential, trying to break out of this pattern here. You have a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders potential on the DXY. You need to get above this neckline.
We are doing another one of those competitions for earnings, giving away $100. This one's for Apple today. There was so many to choose from, but yeah, $100. Whoever gets the closest to guessing however Apple does following its earnings, EPMEs from closing price, wins $100.
AMD is continuing to fall here, guys. This is good to see.
You can go in and enter, but get those guesses in. My guess was made with my heart, less than my head. I may have put over $200.
Big decline in the indices once the dollar has hit that double bottom support. The indices and algos have triggered some sell side programs. Apple kind of losing its inverted head and shoulders neckline. So we are seeing Apple starting to weaken a little bit here. Even Bitcoin's coming down. I think you could see Coinbase go back to the negative side. If Bitcoin keeps selling here, losing 43.
It's legal in New York.
So remember when we said AMD got that bearish crossover of the short-term 3 and the EMA 113, you got the bearish cross here and you sold. So I mean, from that bearish crossover, AMD at the lows fell about 2.29%. So from this bearish crossover, if it follows same suit, we could see AMD fall to 164 today, 164.83. That's a big sell on the SPY. That's a big sell. You know, this high pivot rejection could put us all the way back down to the low end of the range here, guys. Keep that in watch. Apple, Microsoft continuing to fall here, guys.
No, it actually might be the first time that Amazon has larger revenue than Walmart after this quarter. Interesting.
I find that surprising.
That Walmart's
Amazon
or that
has it already.
yeah.
revenue, maybe not net profit, but revenue. I'm not surprised.
Getting very close.
Just because I know, like, everybody, I don't know anybody who use Amazon for something, but I know a lot of people that will not go to Walmart. It's gonna happen here. This is where we were holding before, but now we're not testing it from
Tesla coming down, Bitcoin coming down. SPY holding the EMA 113. It's a decent support level. The 2-year yield is actually almost flipped green, guys. 2-year yield has almost flipped green.
Still holding hedge pressure.
those kind of pressure. What is it?
46. Also, the beginning of the bear zone.
So now at the beginning of the bear zone, you're not going to get past the beginning of the bear zone. That's typically a support. And then once you get into it, it's like,
Yeah, I'm going to get trading into it. With the fact that we're coming down into the rest of the day. It's so terrible to see how the rest of the course.
yeah, I mean, that's on the way up, and I'm totally wrong. But we just came down really, really far, really, really fast.
Yeah.
Into that level and slowed down right above it. So
Technically, according to Rocket Scooters, 94% chance we're closer to 46 today. We opened in the bear zone. That's where bear zone starts. So. Of course, that doesn't mean anything set in stone ever, but I believe that probability. So
there have been many times where you said that, like the percentage thing. And like usually the days that you say that is the days where we're already like questioning it. And you're like, well, technically it's 90% chance, so it could happen. But like, it's usually on the days where it's not looking like it's definite. Yeah. That we talk about it like that.
yeah.
CBC would be bullish again. This last 20, 25 has been insane.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Just a quick update there. AMD stopped us out on the second half. AMD did stop us out on the second half there, so that trade is now closed. We'll just continue to watch small caps now.
A failed head and shoulders is a full flag.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's like
Actually, I'll throw up NVDA because that's been a powerhouse today.
Half the head and shoulders have inverse head and shoulders in them.
NVIDIA looks like it wants its gap fill.
Wait, there's the head and cut my balls. The what is it? Cut my balls? Cut my balls are probably the best ones. Right? Oh my gosh. What do you say? To cut the balls?
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's just like you look at every quote unquote bull flag or every chart pattern, like something else was actually going on there versus just like, oh my god, it's a bull flag. Oh my god, it's on shoulders, you know?
Yeah.
Like something real was actually going on behind that.
There's a okay, I have it. The bullish wedgie, bullish constipation.
Wedgie.
Yeah.
Bullish wedgie, I love it.
Yeah. Cut double tits, cut my balls.
Double tits.
Yeah, bearish mac and cheese wedge I have.
Nice.
Guys, just watch that dollar. It is trying to firm up a little bit. Still super weak on the session.
Battling it. 20 seconds left. Bulls are stepping in. John Doe said, careful when touching bear zones. Dude, 15 and hanging in the play. I actually wish that.
Oh yeah, not more than this.
Yeah. What is not squad?
Actually, look at that 15 and hanging. We also have 5 and 1. But also, looking at the small side, it could be. I don't know. Can't go either fucking way. There's so much.
Up, down, or over.
If you're up, down, or right.
To the left.
No, not really. I think
I'm just going to take a quick lunch break, guys. If anything else quickly nasty happens, I'll jump back on the mic. We are seeing the dollar trying to push out of its range. There's still an inverse correlation occurring right now between the SPY and the dollar. So if the dollar breaks out of this little 103.12 range, it can push up to about 103.26. That should push the indices. We're still stuck in that FOMC range, big bear range here on the SPY. We're still stuck in this channel. We've tried breaking out once, twice, watching for a potential lower high here. If you do get that lower high and you take out this low, you could actually head to the low end of the channel. I'm just going to take a quick lunch break, guys, and I'll be back if anything else changes. Hey guys, I am out of my CGC here. From that 480 entry this morning, I am out of my CGC. Just a quick update there. Huge move. Pretty lucky. Pretty lucky move, but I am out of CGC. It probably goes higher, but I'm just taking my profits there. I'll be right back. Alright guys, back here in the swing of things. CVNA has been up to some good calls there a little bit. We are seeing the S&P break down a little bit. You are putting in that lower high potential. The dollar's at that double bottom, bouncing off support. If the dollar still firms up. I'm also seeing semiconductors start to roll over some more now. Guys, high risk day trade here. I'm going to go to short SMCI again. I'm going to short SMCI here again. It's a high risk trade. It's been strong pretty much all day. I'm going to let you know I want to see it get above this little short-term moving average, 576.11. Once it taps that short-term little trend, we will look for a short. I'll let you know if I'm filled. I'm not in yet. Not in yet. Still just waiting on the sidelines. I still haven't taken the trade yet on SMCI. I'm just waiting. I'm seeing Apple trying to curl up. NVDA's curling down though. AMD's curling down. The VIX is getting a little bit of a pop with the dollar. Alright guys, I'm short SMCI 576.50. 576.50. Again, this is super risky because it's a strong name today. Super strong name. 576.50. This is just a 1/4 position. Let's see if we can get some downside. I know that's a little bit of a tough one to reach. I mean, I have a couple hedge fund buddies that had some meta, that are short meta going to earnings, which kind of makes me think that they're going to pop it up a little bit before they drop it. You know, it's super extended. We all know what Meta is capable of. When was that big drop on Meta? Was that 2021? Everyone hated Zuckerberg and the metaverse. But you see it plus 450 in a few weeks. Well, you have 2,000 commons, eh? Meta's the biggest customer of NVIDIA. That's good to know. What's your average on your commons there? Pretty decent average. What does that mean? You're up about, what did you say, 342.11? So you're up roughly about 15% or so. Bought them in 2022. Fuck. That was one of my biggest regrets in life. I was picking the bottom on Meta. I had roughly 10% of my portfolio in Meta on that dip. My average was 111, and I paper handed it, sold it at 150. My biggest regret. Made money, but fuck. Damn. Looking back at it now, I would have, I could have just taken a nice long vacation. But that's how she goes in trading. You know, the would'ves, could'ves, should'ves. 3 best traders. I hope we see a dip like 2021 again in some stocks. That's a pretty good setup then. 20-30K by selling 550, 600 call leaps. Yeah, that's not a bad setup. You'll wait. If I had to pick a side on the earnings, I think Meta's going to go up. I think it'll, test, it's just lofty. It is above its previous major pivot high, 384. The one thing that scares me about Meta is that you look at all of the mega caps and the large caps like Google, Microsoft, AMD, they were all trading at the highs of their charts. So it puts the expectations going into earnings at such an extreme that if there's any sort of a sniff of weak earnings or weak forward guidance to come, that's when the investors just start to exit and liquidate, because it's at pretty much at the all-time highs, close to it. 395, high was 406 something. So I mean, the expectations is for Meta to do extremely well. You cannot sell me Meta short. You're kind of making me want to go short now, Nareesh. Is this some reverse psychology here? You're just trying to take my money? No, I don't hold a position in Meta. One of my friends, though, his biggest position in his portfolio is a short on Meta right now. Oh, sorry, you guys heard that? It's a cucumber. Holy shit, this mic is sensitive. I didn't realize it was this sensitive. All right, so we just have an SMCI short on right now. See if we can get some downside on it. It's still holding strong. Thought it was Captain Crunch. Thought it had to be a cucumber. Good guesses, guys. Good guesses. Pretty close. Maybe tomorrow it'll be Captain Crunch. My lunch break is extremely late today. I actually had to call my brokerage because I had to update some of my professional market data packages and my system was having an error. So I had to get them to reset my whole account, go through a little bit of a 20-minute phone call with my trading desk. But now I'm back in my account, got everything updated, and eating my lunch. Yeah, the IBM chart is super strong right now. You just did a check back over the last few days, a nice consolidation pattern back to the short-term 7-day moving average here. And you're getting a nice pop and bounce off of that. It does look like it wants to get well above 200. I could see it easily pushing for new all-time highs. All right, guys, so the market is trying to push up again. S&P just made a new high of day. S&P is making a new high of day here. We're actually looking like we're trying to test the high range of that Fed reversal. And we are squeezing. SMCI is squeezing. Big squeeze here on SMCI. Big squeeze on SMCI. This one just keeps making new highs of day. Fortinet 70 call earnings indicator icon April 19, 2024. Fortinet. Let's take a look at FTNT. Yeah, that's a big basing formation on Fortinet that it's just trying to clear this pivot high right now. Does look like it wants to retack that gap fill. A little bit of a mini rising wedge pattern on SMCI here. And again, we have the big awaited Apple earnings approaching very quickly here. What's everyone's reaction? What do you think? Apple up or down? Lotto puts on SMCI. Yeah, I got some shorts. What are you taking for your puts there, Harish? I think SMCI is one of the most overbought charts in the market, other than Abercrombie and Fitch. Both Apple and Meta up. Yeah, that could force a big bear trap, right? You have people piling on the short side yesterday. $500 put on SMCI. What expiration are you looking at? You're doing a 0 DTE, 500 put? Tomorrow? Wow. That is a lotto play. 1 DTE, 500 put. That's crazy. What would you even make if that went in the money? What would you make? I don't even know. I don't have my options chart open yet. Narish, you're messing with my brain. You're telling me Apple and Meta are going to go up on earnings, but then you're taking a lotto put on. Yeah, cucumber does give me brain fart. All right. Chewy calls expiry tomorrow. Your top name is Bill, B-I-L-L. Have they reported earnings yet? Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Those damn telemarketers. Alright, SMCI is a freaking beast. I just see Bill here, Bill Holdings, ticker BIL. It's into some first little resistance. If you can clear this downsloping resistance from your previous pivot to here, yeah, it has enough upside to potentially get at least back to gap fill, maybe even a retrace to 97, 100 bucks, call it. I'm just going to add to my SMCI here, 581.50. Second entry, 581.50. And it's still squeezing past that. This one's just a beast of a stock. Next little resistance is really S&P is trying to push higher. Almost above yesterday's red bar. Still inside the gap. We're approaching that high pivot reversal from the Fed. Chewy Lotto calls for tomorrow. Does Chewy have earnings tomorrow? I know I just looked at that chart, but I didn't really pay close attention to it. UPST is above this resistance. Now it should rip. It's going to keep ripping higher here. It really is. So this is a high short interest name. That's really the only fundamental bull thesis. What is it up to? It's up 1.86%, but you can see it's made a nice little recovery. You do have some daily chart moving averages crossing over to the downside. So I mean, the last time we got that bearish crossover was here. You actually had a gap down the following day. So there's still some resistance on the daily chart here, but it is looking a little bit better intraday, at least for a continuation move higher. Why is Mare not moving? Because Bitcoin's probably tested this. It's tested this 43,000 level pretty much twice today, or 3 times now, and it hasn't really made a definitive breakout above that level. Now the big question is, are we going to get a late day profit taking off of this rally ahead of these earnings, or are we just going to keep squeezing into the report? SMCI, one of the market leading stocks now coming in. So S&P is running into some sellers here at that high pivot off of FOMC at the high end of this range here. We have been putting in higher highs, at least for now in the trend. So this dip in the S&P is just part and parcel being caused by Microsoft. Microsoft does have what appears to be a bearish wedge or a bear flag on the 5-10 minute chart. Apple's still holding near the highs of the day. Meta's also moved up, still under 400. Currently, the dollar is down 0.45%. I hate to break up this Chewy party, guys, but I could still see it testing 17 bucks before we get a little bit of a reversal. Just have to be a little contrarian. I could see it taking out the, maybe not even 17, but I can definitely see it taking out the 17.42 low that it just put in today. Thanks for the comments there, Mike. It's always wise to get two people's opinions. More opinions the better, to then try to formulate your own. Because I'm certainly wrong. I'm certainly will be wrong. Nareesh has been right. Nareesh will certainly be wrong. It's just a matter of trying to be right a little bit more than you're wrong, and obviously use position management. That's the big thing. You could even be wrong more than 50%. You could be wrong 60, 70% of the time, but if you're right with your position management, you can still walk away in a given year by being up through position management and sizing appropriately. So it's just like watching paint dry here in SPY, which leads me to think that I think we're going to get a big move late into the close. Since we're trending up, it looks like it might be up, but we're into this huge reversal pivot zone. Much, much more volume was traded here than we're trading currently on the SPY. I mean, the SPY volume today is light. We're trading currently on the daily session. Let me just 66.29 million on the daily volume. That's fairly light. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes we do agree. That's when we're both going to be wrong. When Nareesh and I are agreeing, we're both wrong. No, I'm just kidding. I like Nareesh. Called out some fire calls recently. Pretty consistent. Big on XOM. Should do all risk is yours. Yeah, XOM. Energy. Apple's grinding to the highs of the session. Microsoft's curling down. NVIDIA's at the highs. Tesla's starting to potentially curl over a little bit here. Amazon's pushing to the highs. Meta's curling up. The Russell 2000 is kind of diverging from the S&P. It's starting to fall and lose some of the short-term intraday moving averages, but the S&P is grinding up. AMD, NVIDIA going for new high of day. Same thing with SMCI. Do you look at the 200 for Apple after earnings week? Sorry, am I looking at the 200 moving average or just the 200 price target? Because your 200 moving average is sitting at 182, and then obviously 200 price target would put Apple at a new high. Yeah, I think Meta's earnings will be good, beaten up. I just don't know about the reaction. You know, the good earnings is priced in already, in my opinion. I think the risk to reward right now, it's probably been priced in. I mean, look at the run up you've had. So the market is expecting really good earnings. 5 weeks up straight into earnings. We know what happened to AMD. We know what happened to Microsoft. We know what happened to Google. They were all pretty much trading at their 52-week or all-time highs, and they all got clobbered. So even if it's a good earnings report, it has to be really good because investors have run the stock up into the stratosphere as of late. What is it? Estimate is $4.82 a share, 39.12 billion. 39.12 billion. What did they do on their last earnings? Last earnings, Meta did an estimate of 33.5 billion. They came with a beat at 34.14. So this earnings, they're expecting Meta to beat the previous earnings by about 5 billion. Whew. NVDA pushing for new high of day. Same thing with AMD. So all sectors are green across the S&P except for energy, XLE, and broker-dealers. Copper's down pretty big, 1.3% today. So the volume on the S&P has picked up in this area. It's picked up intraday, which means that there are some sellers lurking here. Although there's buyers and we're grinding up, there are some sellers also lurking. But it's a fairly light volume session today. Yeah, Chewy's making a nice reversal there in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's made a nice little breakout, pushing for some new highs. Not new highs on the day, but a little bit of a trend change and break to the upside here. It is flagging. Does anyone know Chewy's short interest? Does it have a lot? I think it has a lot of short interest, right? Chewy there. So after hours, we have several earnings. Apple, 2.85 trillion market cap. Amazon, 1.6 trillion market cap. Meta, 1 trillion market cap. We'll see if Meta holds on to its trillion-dollar status or if it loses it. Those are the three mega caps, the heavyweight titans. Probably, going to be a very, very market-moving event. Then we have Team, T-E-A-M, Atlassian Corporation, 64.4 billion market cap. We also have, bear with me. We also have Microchip Technology, MCHP, 46 billion market cap. HIG Financial Services, Deckers Outdoor, LPLA, Clorox, nice consumer staple name, 18 billion. Gen Digital, 15 billion. United States Steel Corporation, ticker X. Camden Property Trust, ticker CPT. Skechers. Those are just some of the smaller names now. DXC Technologies. I'm just listing some of the household names. But that's pretty much the big ones. So Apple, Amazon, Meta. I'll be staying on here to a little bit to see some of these earnings reactions. Yeah, SMCI is going crazy. You know, it says a 13% or 11 or 13% short float interest, which is kind of what we're seeing right now. It's just squeezing. The market's strong. One of the more overbought stocks in the market. This has a tendency to make, 5 to 10% intraday reversals, like no problem. All right, guys, I'm about to add to SMCI again. It's a little late in the session. All right, I just added there 587.44. Yeah, Amazon has a poor track record on earnings. Chewy calls are now up 22%. Nice job, nice job. Come on, Nareesh. Only 22%? I was expecting 100% by now. I'm messing with you. That's some solid gains. We don't want to hear about your 22%. Only bring us triple-digit gains, Nareesh. All right, big drops in Google coming in. Big drop on Google, Microsoft getting hit, NVDA. So now you have some sell side pressure late in this session. Apple's still holding up at the highs. Tesla's still holding up at the highs. But Google's selling off pretty sharply here. Nice 10-minute down candle. NVIDIA's getting a nice sell side pressure candle. Still more selling across NVIDIA, Google, coming in sharply here. Apple's now seeing some sellers, but still near the highs. Markets are still holding up okay. So we're basically flat on our SMCI trade. Hopefully we can get some profit out of this into the last 15 minutes of the session. If not, I'll just hold it overnight, this day trade. S&P still hanging on. All right, Tesla pushing higher, Meta curling down, Google curling down, Apple, Microsoft pushing up. Tesla's surging, pushing into the close. Apple's seeing a lot of volatility here in the last 10 minutes. Lots of volatility on Apple. Let's just look at Apple here because obviously all eyes are on Apple. So lots of volume starting to pick up on Apple. Getting a little 10-minute candle. Really big decline into the close here in NVIDIA. Lots of profit taking in NVIDIA. You have Bitcoin also falling. You have Meta falling sharply. So definitely some people trimming into these earnings reports. But a big down move coming into the major indices here late into the close. That's soy chart. Hard selling in Microsoft, Google. Amazon still holding up at the highs. Tesla as well still holding. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, the four bigs are selling. SMCI selling a little bit here. Potential little engulfing candle. 10-minute topping tail on SMCI. 20-minute topping tail. An hourly topping tail we'll know in 9 minutes. This could be the high for SMCI, especially if earnings miss. But if earnings are strong, everything can keep marching higher, guys. Looks like the short squeeze on SMCI might be a little over. Done now. Hard sell pressure into the close. Hard sell pressure. We're up on that trade now, basically over $2.44. I'm going to trim half here because it's late in the session. I just closed half of the SMCI position, day trade, right there at that 580.97 for a nice little win. That was a $2.44 decline there, so good job. I'm still holding the other half. Let's see if we get a late flush. And we'll move the stop loss to basically break even. This is a trade I am comfortable holding overnight. All right, SMCI is still selling. SPY is still selling. All mega caps are under pressure here into the close. Apple's holding up the best. Big declines coming in Microsoft, Google, Meta, NVDA. Everything is pretty much coming. All right, guys, I just closed the SMCI position. I just closed the full SMCI day trade position. Beautiful, beautiful decline there. That's why we're just patient, keep accumulating. That's another win into the close. I'm just taking the profits here, even though I do think it goes lower. I'm just taking the profits here because of the potential for the market to pop on earnings. We'll see. Just got an alert on Wolf, ticker WOLF. WOLF. What is going on with Wolfspeed? So Wolfspeed had earnings yesterday and they've declining. Look at this chart on Wolfspeed. You're coming up into a massive, massive zone. I have to go to the monthly chart to show you this support level. Take a look at this support on Wolfspeed. Going all the way back till 1998, 2008, 2017, and we're trying to break that trend line. The fact that we've tested it once here got a bounce, a massive bounce off this area, 71% bounce, and now we're coming right back down. That's a little concerning. But it's a long-term support trend line, so it's going to have to take some fierce selling to break it. But if you break that trend line going all the way back to 1998, we're talking about a 26-year trend line. Whenever you break a 26-year trend, it typically doesn't mean good things. You know, I would favor a small bounce at this level. You are filling a major technical gap approaching. I'm actually going to put an alert here. Keep this one on your watch for tomorrow. If you get a flush into this zone, you should get an intraday bounce at the minimum. Just want to see the intraday price action. Just keep selling off. Yeah, you've got that positive divergence, enough for a day trade scalp. Keep Wolfspeed tomorrow on watch for a day trade. I like it in this 2780 area for a quick bounce. And just like that, SMCI right back up. Good thing we covered. Look at that. We covered pretty much at the lows. I like to think that I was the one that caused this green spike with my cover pressure, but it wasn't me. Meta is still selling into the close. Meta is still selling into the close. We have 4 minutes left in the session. So late into the close here, the S&P saw some sell side pressure right back up. Bitcoin's losing 43,000. Meta's still closing near pretty much this bottom of this little sell-off zone. You can see Meta hasn't really firmed up with the market, which leads me to think that they're probably going to pop it on earnings. They're just trying to shake people out of their position. The fact that they're closing Amazon near the highs makes you think they're going to drop it, sucking in all this liquidity, and then they drop it. So it's usually always the opposite move. You know, the fact that Amazon's rallying leads me to think they'll drop it. The fact that Meta's falling into the close leads me to think they'll rip it. But I don't hold any positions. Obviously, when you have these mega caps reporting and you're long or short the stock market, they're big influencing on the factors on the market. So you technically have to always watch to see what they do. SPY pretty much pressing near the highs of the session. Will it close at the high of the day? It's looking likely. All right, I'm just going to, we have 1 minute left. I'm going to flip my screen here to watch these other split charts here, these 4 charts. Just give me a second. You're going to lose video for a quick second. I'm just flipping to see the earnings from the 4 big companies that I'm watching here. So it should be back online. I've got it split into 4 charts here. So Amazon earnings have been ripping here. We're seeing Amazon push up. If Amazon pushes into this 170.93 area, I will look to do a scalp short. A scalp short on Amazon. That would imply roughly a 6.8% move. So keep your eye on Amazon. You also have Meta trying to move up here. Meta is trying to move up.
Okay, moving on. Facebook might be out at 4.5, but usually they do come at 4.15 over the last 2 years. So unlikely, but not impossible. Facebook's, I'm excited. Apple's my big one that I'm watching, but we'll see.
Still no real movement on Apple yet.
I don't see the numbers on Bloomberg this season. Maybe, but the deep inside they might be, but let me take a look. Okay, there we go. Online sales are up 9.3%. Came in at 70.5 billion. Market wanted 68. Physical stores up 4%, below estimates, like you said. Third-party services up 20%, above all estimates. Market wanted at 32. Like I told you, okay. Holy shit!
Big pop on Meta there, guys. Big pop on Meta. Boom, boom. 415s. Nice call there, Nareesh. Nice call.
Is this the first time they've been dividend? Yeah. Yes.
So they're popping Meta.
Put some in contention for a lot of passive index funds that are required to only invest in companies that have dividends for implications.
So now all eyes on Apple.
50 cents a share. You know what? I didn't even look at that.
Can you go now? We just gotta wait on Apple. Where do you want to go? Look at this rip on Meta. Meta's up about 7%. Apple's also starting to push up a little bit here. Alright, so Meta, Team, Amazon strong. Apple's starting to come down a little bit here. We'll see if Apple poops on the party.
The high end of their guidance is just nutty.
Boom. Nice job, Nareesh.
Beast. What a beast. Love to see it. Come on, Apple. It's been a good day. Join in, join in, join in. The water's warm when it's going up, you know? What's the forward guidance for Facebook? Let me see. Monthly active users, 107. Forecast revenue of 34.5 to 37 billion. Wall Street wanted 33.6. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Right? What? Average price per ad was up 2%. Ad impressions were up 21%. Jesus.
You know the last time they did a buyback here? Yeah.
Just getting a phone call, just 1 second. Look at Meta go, guys. Look at Meta goes. Wow, Meta's up 11%, guys. 11% on Meta. Communication stocks are going to rip, 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 rip. I mean, the whole broad market will be rallying off of this. You know, you have the S&P closing at 49.20. It's up to 490.38. The QQQ in the after hours is up another 0.5%. And really, Apple hasn't even started to move. So we'll see. We will see if Apple starts to join the party or if it dampens this party.
No way.
So you now have Apple trying to push up and join the party here. Apple is trying to push up and join the party.
Before they expected 430 to 480. I wonder what happened in the last 30 days that they expected.
Yeah, everything's going to catch a bid with the whole market rallying off of Apple, Meta, Amazon, Teams. So everything's catching a bid here.
Jeez.
I love the energy here.
I was close to the Meta. I just can't believe it. I'm 11% plus this move. Well, I think that's about $100 billion of market cap that's going to be up tomorrow.
RFP, NVDA, NVIDIA might be able to overtake
Amazon, yeah.
Amazon now about
it's a little bit behind it. Maybe Meta catches up to NVIDIA. It will only be like, what, 400 billion behind tomorrow. Still.
You know what? One good earning from NVIDIA, you might be there. When does NVIDIA report? They have it.
I think the end of this month.
Cycle, yeah. End of this month.
So, around that.
I might not be here.
Rest in peace. Stay safe, dude.
No.
On vacation or something. Good times.
Just taking another look at the meta numbers, it's so funny how they're still just hemorrhaging money on reality labs and like nobody cares. I mean, if you're making 100 billion a year and if you lose 15, that doesn't really matter. I'm not saying they make 100 billion. That's just a general number. Yeah, but I mean, they're huge. Like, they're huge misses as far as that. But you're right. You could, how much did they lose? Let's see. Like, 20% miss on like how much they spent. How much did they lose on metal labs? Let's see.
Apple is the only one left that we're waiting for.
Yep, 430.
Okay, I mean, revenue was $1 billion for their metal labs business.
That's actually pretty decent growth.
Market expected $12 million.
You're going to give $1 to anyone who joins. That's it? Come on, Rish. I think you're all taking us out for coffee or something. So now Team is reversing. Team is reversing. Meta's still trading near the highs.
I think it'd be a big mistake to do now. I think this Apple product will end up being the best thing that ever happened to Meta versus Reality Labs segment if the Apple product works. And we can see the start of a two-horse race coming up. I truly do believe that. I don't think it's tomorrow or next year, but I really think this is a race that's going to develop over the next 5 years.
I just want people to be outside, so it just feels weird to me.
Yeah, listen, wait till I'm outside on my Ray-Bans glasses, which have everything that the actual headsets have, but just in my glasses.
Dude, we could be in a virtual space right now interacting with each other.
Imagine what this spaces would be. If all of us were up on a stage with a screen behind us, and we're just looking over an audience of everyone.
I'm in Canada, Narish.
You'd be selling out
just outside Toronto.
Right now. You know what? I would wish not to be seeing 2,000 random people. You never know what to do.
Dubai. Beautiful.
Yeah, okay. Like, I don't want 3,000 random cameras. You never know.
Who's getting the shot of your butt from behind? What? U.S. Steel earnings are up too. Stock's moving higher a little bit off of those. But yeah, Apple, expect those numbers to be out at 430. They're pretty consistent with it.
So Apple's numbers are expected at 430?
That takes a lot of pressure off the broader market because of Meta and Amazon at this point. So I mean, even if Apple does come up short for whatever reason, I don't think the market's really going to phase it that much. You definitely wanted to see Amazon and seeing the growth when it comes to their product sales. I could care less about AWS. We know that's not going to be as good as Azure, but just knowing that the holiday sales were just so strong, and then for Meta to have that turnaround story, and then to now have a dividend, and also doing what I forgot the buyback, but those two things that
$50 billion buyback, as you know.
No big deal, right? Yeah. No, so these are good plays here. And then maybe we start seeing communication services start to catch up here a little bit more, and also just consumer discretionary, which is what Amazon.
Yeah, SMCI is not going to hit 500 tomorrow. That's for sure.
Probably I wonder what Deck after hours making new up
Deckers, you said?
Yeah, dude. Fucking company feels pretty hot right now. Deckers, Hoka, they have great shoes for running and walking, but shoes are very, very ugly. But they are the most comfortable shoes that everyone.
Gavin gives off the vibes of like a Hoka. You love all these new shoe brands out here, like On and like Noble.
You know what? The first time I bought the On, they were the most comfortable shoes. But by the third time I wore them, I couldn't even wear them for more than 10 minutes. So I would avoid On.
If you told me you never wore something twice, I'd believe it.
Hoka does have shoes.
If Apple explodes here, guys,
I wish they looked better though.
What about for jogging though? In between
SMCI Lotto. The reason it's called a lotto is because your odds of winning are you have better odds of being struck by lightning than winning the lotto.
Miles is just stupid. Same as Fahrenheit. The shoes Celsius grow up.
Agree to disagree.
Whatever you do, do not full port 500 puts on SMCI tomorrow.
And how it's still growing. Just Facebook itself is still growing 6% a year in daily active users.
It's also like being an internet product in itself. Like my favorite Google stack, like they have over 9 products with over 1 billion users. Like how much of that is just given the nature of like being an internet technology company?
It could be a part of it, but I think at the end of the day, it doesn't take away how valuable it is and how there really are single-digit companies that have the touch on billions of people every single day. And there's a reason they're where they're at. And I feel like you can even see the next level of it, like before an Apple.
You think Apple's going to 203 today? Wow. If it does, oh my goodness. That's about a 7% jump. It would make it the largest company in the world again. That would kind of shock me. I think that would shock a lot of people. Is that just a guess? Sarfaraz?
I don't care if every single iPhone that comes out is the most amazing thing ever. I don't care if you upgrade every single year to get a new iPhone as an Apple shareholder. What I care about is your next phone, whatever it is, still going to be Apple. Keep growing the ecosystem, growing the services revenue. I know that maybe doesn't give you explosive growth. You can find that for other places.
Here we go. Here's the balance. Here's the balance.
Let me guess. Is something I could guess?
Probably.
Mark Zuckerberg will be spending 2x that they did this year on the Reality Labs segment.
Yeah. It's not about the business. It's about it's the FTC.
What are they doing?
The FTC seeks potentially modify Pixel's father. FTC may impose added restrictions on Facebook's ability to operate. If testing is unsuccessful, it could have adverse impact on the business. That's what this is. Yeah, I feel like it's overblown.
All right, so Apple's trying to push up here. Apple is trying to push up.
Yeah, interesting. Something I'll watch. Again, this is a freaking bullet train going down right now, and that doesn't mean we need to enter in where we are now. That's not something I get in front of. As a mention.
Evan and Brad, is this time that we say we told you so, or should we not go?
I've been saying it for months. Even when we were down in October. Like I said,
Amazon new highs, $68, almost touched 169. Meta stalled at 440.
Yeah, damn, Amazon accelerating after hours.
I love it, man. About like a couple $1,000 in cost.
But these bots are just getting insane. Every single command under my tweet has 6 bots already in 34 seconds. This makes no sense.
when my favorite stock is stalled and up only 11%.
Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this earnings call goes. They did give their forward guidance, so I would expect a lot of them haven't been here, but maybe there's some language the market doesn't like or likes.
For Amazon, what I'd point out, I'm not sure if you, I just tuned back in. I apologize if I'm changing the topic, but Andy Jazz is probably going to tell us how cloud growth is developing into this third quarter and next quarter, which is going to be pretty market moving as well. So just put that out there.
So advertising 14.65 billion year-over-year growth. Net of FX is 26%, so it's accelerating.
Is that for Facebook?
Amazon, bro.
No, Amazon.
Since when does, if you look at the cloud business, what the
I thought it was advertising.
Oh, okay. You said advertising, I think.
Yeah.
Amazon has the massive ad business if the people want to search for anything. That's on top.
They also just today or yesterday started doing ads on video. Yeah, so adding a little bit more acceleration.
Yeah, it's this massive 14.5 billion already. They're already number 3 and closing fast. 27% without FX and 26% including. There's a percent FX. It's massive.
Crypto exchange just shut down. OBNX, I don't know if anyone cares about them. They're big or not, but just came out right now.
Hey, what happened to Team? It was up 10% and now it's down 10% or 6%.
What?
That last game.
Monica, I just want to talk about what you just said because I think it's such an important and good point in terms of advertising revenue because what we're seeing at Amazon right now, and I think cloud is basically in line on revenue, but what we're seeing, which is so important, is that their North American EBIT margin is now at 6.8%. 2 quarters ago, Andy Jassy was trying to convince sell-side analysts on the call that they could get back to 4%. They got back to 4.9% last quarter, just expanded by another 200 basis points. That is sponsored listings, that is third-party selling, that is advertising coming in and making this marketplace a whole lot more profitable. So good call out. I just wanted to catch him back.
Yeah, no, I've been pounding on Amazon for a while now, right? But I worked there a long time ago. But
I got your name correct? Perfect, man. I try hard.
In Andy Jazzy's arc, this was before AWS was even released.
After the earnings, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. With the strength across Amazon, we still have the big one, NVDA as well. But I can see the chip theory. I understand that and how it could be bullish long term, but wouldn't that just mean that there's more R&D spending, more capital expenditure on making their own in-house chip? I mean, it's difficult to just start up your own in-house chip. So I know a lot of people are bullish on that, but like from my point of view, how I've thought about it is if they're starting to develop their own chip, how much is that going to cost them? How much did it take NVIDIA and AMD to start developing their own chips? So it's not just like, boom, they can just start it up, right? They have to hire all the programmers, the engineers, the hardware, they have to design it. The R&D is expensive. So, I just remember people's reaction to the metaverse, how much capital expenditure they were expending, and the market hated that. They hated Zuckerberg. And then as soon as he started announcing, okay, we're going to start cutting it, we're going to start reducing, the stock just ripped from that $100 level. So I've heard a lot of the bullish thesis around. Whoops, sorry guys. I just accidentally took away the screen. Just give me a second. That's not the right one. Let's take away. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just.
What do you think of Amazon's full year 2023 revenue?
I would take a look if
Apple's coming out, then where are you going to
I mean, Apple is coming out in 55 seconds, but not much quicker than Apple. So let's see.
Yeah.
So Amazon is expected to generate 600.
No, I mean full year for 2023.
574 billion last 12 months.
Next year they're gonna pass Walmart. Watch out!
I think there might be a quarter in Q2 or even Q3 when we see that, to be honest.
Did Amazon just report 170? Is that what I remember? I'm dreaming.
Apple earnings just...
There's a chance that Amazon's on top.
Ooh, Apple's popping here, guys. Now dropping. Big pop, and now it's being sold into. We'll see. Lots of volatility. On Apple, it's spiked there up 2%.
Come on, Apple, you can do it.
Apple's ripping here. Up 2.7. Now it's falling. Lots of volatility in Apple, guys.
119.6 billion on revenue, beating expectations of 118.
It beat expectations.
18 cents on EPS, beating expectations of $2.10.
Absolutely, Sorry. Absolutely, we'll try to make money. All right, Apple's lots of volatility here in Apple, guys. Lots of volatility. It is down currently. It's flat. I have a prediction on Predictogram for it to end between 188.33 and 187.70. This little green lines, that's my prediction where Apple ends. But lots of volatility, just a wild guess. And thanks for your comments there, Sarfaraz. All the viewership, support, comments. You know, we're all here to try to make money and learn and ultimately beat institutions out. All right, so Apple right now is falling. Now it's getting bought back up. Gobble, gobble.
Let's see. Apple, iPhone revenue 69.7 billion.
Apple right now down 1%.
6 billion. Mac revenue was a slight miss. iPad revenue was a slight miss. Wearables was a slight miss. Services revenue, which we cared about, was 23.1 billion. Slightly missing expectations of 23.4 billion. Slight miss there. Market will care about that. Like Girk said, decent miss on Greater. Headphones died there. Greater China revenue was 8 billion. Missing expectations of 23.5 billion. Market will care about Greater China for sure. Miss there. Market will care about services. Miss there. Market will care about iPhone revenue. Beat there, and then overall. It's pretty mixed, honestly.
I'm surprised they beat overall, but missed on everything on iPhones.
Tell me how important those iPhones are.
Yeah.
Total current assets, 143. Cash equivalents of $40 billion.
Facebook is now 15% after hours.
It seems justified, to be honest.
Why not 20%? That's what I always say, you know?
20, you might get there, but I feel like there might be some sell-off. Talk about the investigation and stuff.
Apple's pretty flat, 175 bips.
Yeah, no, we need Omar with this. Where is Omar when you need that?
Yeah, Apple on the earnings call is going to give forward guidance. They're not going to give you an exact number. Basically, what they're going to say is we think it's going to grow at a similar rate to this quarter. We think it's going to grow double digits, high single digits, low single digits, high double digits, that kind of thing. That's the language they're going to end up using.
So Apple down now about 1.6%. Meta's, though, and Amazon are insulating this market.
Bigger than expected, but the data was correct, right? About the 50% year-over-year for Yay! It's out for them now.
Gerg, what's the forward guidance for revenue next quarter? Or expectation for forward guidance? Sorry.
I'm just making a tweet, you know.
Okay, yeah, let me know after, because I want to calculate what type of language we need to hear. Because this quarter grew at 2% for Apple. Which, you know, honestly isn't that crazy. But hey, when you're expecting negative growth, pretty good. Now we go for the earnings call.
So Apple here is down a little bit, kind of taming this market just a bit. Amazon and Meta are still up substantially more. which is propping this market up.
I mean, Apple immediately feel like no, I think Tesla. Tesla is the most expensive Mac 7, and they've gone grow. Tesla is the only company who profits plus with 30% in the Mac 7, and so much expensive. It doesn't really add up.
You don't really add up.
See, you guys are long. You guys are long Tesla. I have the position longer short, so I'm unbiased. I can be critical.
Are you truly unbiased though?
Yeah, I like Elon. I like Tesla. I don't like those stocks. The valuation.
Don't you like it like $8
So I got.
So Apple falling here. I just want to do some quick analysis on Meta here. Go to the weekly chart. You can clearly see. So Meta's into this little resistance trend line. If you connect this pivot low in June to this pivot, that's kind of your neckline breakdown here. Meta is now trading into that vicinity as we speak. If you get through that, then the next upside target's really taking all the way back to 2012 since its inception. You run a trend line from that low IPO pivot to your pivot high in 2021, and it gives you an upside target of about 470 on Meta. But a lot of resistance here. First resistance is this trend line that it needs to get through, which we're kind of bumping up into that zone as we speak. So you can see that trend line on Meta is being tagged. But it's still super, super strong.
Also, until Elon gets his compensation package, he actually doesn't have an incentive to help customers.
They're moving their incorporation to Texas, right? So that shadow board is coming soon.
I feel like maybe it was thinking, but I could have nobody because they went to each other. I think I heard maybe setting up.
So Apple down a couple percent. Apple's actually hitting this gap fill. That's really good technical support for Apple. That is really good technical support for Apple. Remember, Apple is more oversold. Interesting to see all this liquidity that went into Apple today is wiped out as of now. The big level on Apple that I'm watching, again, is this trend line here, going all the way back to your lows. That's a big spot for Apple. The bulls need to absolutely hold that level. You do not want to break this 179.
Okay, so it's a comp plan happens, isn't it based upon performance like the way it's initially set up? So where do you want it to be valued higher? You're trying to keep comp together.
The lower the value when the comp plan happens, the lower the stock options are priced, which is after the comp plan happens. Then the incentive is all about raising the stock price, right? But before the comp plan happens, because the strike price of the options hasn't been set yet, they can only be set at whatever the market is at the time when he gets it out there. That's just the way the system works. Otherwise,
So Apple down a couple percent right now. Meta's still pushing.
Did you watch that movie, the Blackberry movie? Did anyone watch that movie? About Blackberry? You should. I think it's the best movie from last year. What best movie did you watch last year? Barbie?
I mean, I can have it go through.
Meta is a beast right now. Meta is a big beast.
Before this rise, it was still 30% of my portfolio. So see where it ends up after tomorrow. I'll probably start trimming. Was not Robin not the big position at the end of you saw last time? No. No, it was the position that I was still adding to, but Meta was the biggest position. But Robinhood is like 20% of my portfolio. Is my second biggest position.
Amazon's still charging higher here. So Amazon came in with a surprise earnings beat of 25% higher, 2.41% beat on the earnings, reported 169 billion versus estimate of 165. Meta here reported 40.1, 39.12 estimate. So before this earnings report, Meta was trading with around a 34, 35 PE. Now it's up to 39. So even with the beat on earnings, it's still a more expensive stock right now. Let's do Apple's PE. So again, it's always important to recognize, like, after an earnings call, like for instance, NVIDIA's PE got cheaper after the one earnings report, even though it popped. Here you can see Apple going into the earnings. Let me just... So here you can see Apple going into the earnings was trading at a 30.7 PE. Now it's trading at currently 29.9, so it's getting cheaper. And Meta's more expensive. Amazon hitting good resistance here. So Amazon's hitting really big resistance now. It's tempting to short this zone. You can see that you're now into this weekly pivot zone here. That's where Amazon's now into, this weekly pivot. You know, there's not really much resistance if you get past that to your all-time highs.
Despite all this AI technology that it has zero revenue from AI so far. So all their AI products are still...
Amazon ahead of this earnings was trading at an 83 PE. Now it's currently trading at an 89 PE. So anybody that's still in the stream here, probably the game plan tomorrow is you're going to likely see a dip on Meta with some profit taking. Funds will have to start trimming, because when you have a mega cap that pops up, 14-15%, funds have to start trimming in accordance with their allocation percentage amounts in their portfolio. So you're likely going to see a pullback initially, and then probably a push back up to retest the highs.
Commercialization of llama is like a big part of potentially that could be huge in the enterprise. They could potentially have an OpenAI ChatGPT competitor. That could be interesting. There's a whole bunch of areas that they can go with all of their technology and talent that they have in-house. If I'm not mistaken, Meta is like the number one or maybe number two biggest talent holder of AI technology.
Some little bit of due diligence research. You look through communication stocks and find some of the sympathy plays that should run off of Meta.
Wake up with those 160s, $10 in the money.
Yes, sir. 160, 250 for me.
That's got to make the bull sentiment feel a little better.
Oh, yeah. I'm already full.
And Evan, did you have the call ready to play?
terrible when I do it, but I mean, we need it.
I feel like if we actually on the table in a golf, it's not.
Well, I think it's just gonna sound terrible when I do it. We'll try it. We'll give it a go.
We have
We'll
both
see how
right here.
it turns out.
Sell some of those Apple shares and get better.
Hey, the Wi-Fi's pretty good, ready? Shout out Verizon.
Now's the right time to sell some of those Apple shares.
Agree to disagree.
I'm just messing with you. I like teasing you on Apple.
You don't see the full case starting tomorrow. Everybody's going to wear their VR headset and vacuum their entire house so they can keep the kids. I
Aren't
can't
shipping
wait.
tomorrow? Really?
Yep, that's why all the stuff was out today about.
Is that they have got like what they said this morning? They have 600 apps already.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Can I ask a question that might have already been asked? And I apologize. What was the negative part of Apple's earnings report? Because I'm going through
China
and even
and
I think services was a little below expectations too.
thank you.
and China.
The iPhone
This is the general feeling that they are incrementally innovating.
Okay, so
But that's already
Apple,
baked into it. You've been saying that for weeks.
Service was a miss. Mac was a miss. iPhone was a miss. iPhone was a beat. That's it.
you could say they're not innovative.
It's pretty development. Years. I still don't think it's enough for Apple to just do this in perpetuity. Hey, best iPhone, best iPhone, best iPhone. It's like, no shit, it's the best iPhone. It's the newest iPhone. They say it every year. They're like, we're the best screen in an iPhone ever. Really, I would imagine that it is because it's your brand, your newest product. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I just think they can't do it forever. They have to find a new vertical that promises real growth, that they can actually turn into a mass market the way they did with the cell phone. And I don't know. For me, Apple's just like not a mega tech stock. Just like held for a while.
If only they were starting something like, maybe AR glasses or something.
It was this big, at least at the current stage.
I mean, they'll release the $999 version. I'm positive. They'll release one of those, probably cased in plastic, weighs like a pound less. They'll have one of those versions, undoubtedly.
So Google's did that passport like 10 years ago. I remember that. Does anyone remember Google passport? Bro, I think I'm the youngest one. Then how the hell do I remember this? But you guys don't. I do.
Google
Yeah, they have
Cardboard.
the,
Yeah, it's big VR.
over a decade ago.
I don't know. I do think the future of compute is visual. I really do believe that. I do think like it's going to be or visual or optic compute, however you want to phrase it. But like the idea of people putting heads in spaces and dictating the navigation of with their eyes, that is
Alright guys, so just to sum things up here, Meta gapping up tremendously. Same thing with Amazon powerhouse stocks. Right now Amazon currently in its earnings had a beat and it's up in the after hours 9.19%. Meta outperforming of 14.37, slightly pulling in from the highs but still very, very strong. Apple here is currently down about 1.29% on its earnings in Vision Pro. Remember, Apple was more oversold going into this earnings, so it's not really that big of a decline. Meta right now has become a much, much more expensive stock, even with a double beat on its earnings. So I always like to look like, even when a company beats on its earnings, does the stock become more expensive or does it become cheaper? There's scenarios where companies beat on earnings and go up and become cheaper, like NVDA. There's examples like Meta, for instance, where it beats, goes up, and becomes more expensive. So I looked for things like that. Apple's gotten cheaper now on a PE multiple. Amazon more expensive on a PE multiple. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. It was a pretty good day for day trading. We covered quite a few different trades today and banked on several different winners. There were a couple losers in the pocket, but the big one was our CGC that popped. So congrats if you took that with us. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you on the charts tomorrow. And Apple still and Meta still could move on earnings calls. So we're still waiting on those earnings calls. And the volatility could increase when Tim Cook for Apple and Zuckerberg for Meta come online and start speaking. Take care, everybody. I will see you on the charts a little bit later. Members, I will be doing the analysis a little bit later and working on the video based off of some of these new informations and new data points that we have received. Other than that, we'll see you on the charts a bit later.